green flag flies, and we're racing in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Side by side. Down the inside, 3 wide into 4. Huge mess. Look at them, 5 cars on top of each other under a blanket. You can't see these 2 cars race against each other anywhere else.
GRIDLIFE Touring Cup action at its best, folks. How do you like this? Welcome to a packed Carolina Motorsports Park as GRIDLIFE debuts a new format for 2024 for the Festival Series. It is GRIDLIFE and the South Carolina Festival. I'm Greg Creamer, joined by Chris Drum. Here is a look at the layout, but one of the big stories here is this new format. Essentially, this afternoon, we go for 4 hours, bringing you the very best of what's unfolding here at the event, sort of GRIDLIFE Primetime Live, if you will. And a big thank you to NOS Energy Drink, one of our 2 sponsors that support this stream, and they are, of course, so involved in so much in this championship. The other is Falcon Tires, and again, they are one of the 2 presenting sponsors of our coverage here for GRIDLIFE on the live stream. Let's take a look at this very exciting, technical yet quick track called Carolina Motorsports Park. You've got a lot of laps on this one. Take us through this.
Yeah, so right off the bat, you have a sharp left-hander at turn 1 with a quick turn 2 and 3, and it's very difficult to pass through any of those. Now, then you have to run through turn 4 in the carousel, and the exit of the carousel is super important for the braking zone of turn 8, as lots of moves are made there. Coming through there, you're going to the kink, and then into turn 11, which is a prime passing point as well. Then you have a very tight turn 12, 13, 14, leading you back onto the front straight.
It's challenging. It doesn't have a lot of elevation change, but there's little bits of roll here and there that if you understand it, it can help you an awful lot. So we are going to really enjoy being here because we've been here before. We know what this venue can produce in terms of great racing. Let's take a look back at 2023.
Check it out.
All right, guys, race 2 recap. We're back with Eric Catil. Eric, you won that race. We had some drama. You have 2 Hondas going head-to-head at the end. The leaders of these races are kind of staying ahead of the pack, which is really exciting for you guys as drivers and as friends. So why don't you explain to us a little bit what happened and how you got that win?
Yeah, it was a good race. I told James right off the beginning, I was like, hey man, listen, I'll let you have the first few corners and let's just like settle in 1-2 and let's just clear the vets. Because once again, I'm here to beat the vets. That's my main goal. No, I'm kidding. But I'm not. No, but anyway, no. Yeah, so I told James, like, listen, let's just like work together, let's clear, and then in the end we'll race. And unfortunately, I did put new pads on the car. So the first few laps, I had no brake pedal. It was pretty rough. So I was like, oh man, like this is kind of hard. And then slowly the pad kind of started coming in and the brake felt really good. So the last few laps, I was just hunting James down. And I could tell he was struggling a little bit with the heavy weight in the tires. So, you know, I had to make a couple of moves in the last corner. Unfortunately, I might have touched him a little bit, which is not really the way I want to win the race. Kind of damaged my front bumper a little bit. I tried to over-under him, and honestly, like, I sit so far back in the car that, like, I can't really, like, tell where my front is, so I might have clipped them a little bit. It's the same mistake I did yesterday with Matan. So I put new corners on the car, and both of the corners are now smashed. So I learned my lesson there. But But yeah, like luckily I told James straight, I was like, listen, man, like I didn't want to really hit you there. That was my fault, and he was cool with it. And then I basically let Renee kind of handle it. I was like, Renee, like if we need to enter positions, that's fine with me. She looked at the video and like I might have touched James, but I didn't really move him out of the way. Like he was pretty, like his car was still in control, so it looks like I kept the win. So I'm happy about that. Not quite the way I want to win the races, but you know, sometimes rubbing's racing. Unfortunately, it shouldn't really be in this series, but yeah, it was a fantastic race. Had a lot of fun, and I'm ready for race 3.
All right, well, for anybody that watches or doesn't watch, I mean, you got two very different platforms. You got the Corvettes, and then you got these Hondas that are coming out here and dominating this weekend. So thank you so much for the show. I mean, honestly, your drivability it speaks for itself. So we're going to keep going with the weekend. We're going to check back in with all you guys. If you keep going, we're just going to keep talking all weekend,
Yeah,
okay?
that's fine. That's fine. Let's go for race 3, and you know, it's kind of funny because me and James, like, we're good friends, but we have a slight rivalry, right? It's hybrid racing versus K2, and so it's always funny to see both of us kind of go at it, you know, representing our companies that support us. Like, so shout out to all the partners that are helping us race here, because like we can't do this without our partners. You know, they're helping out, they're coming through, you know, they're helping with the budget, the parts. So big shout out to them, and big shout out to GRIDLIFE for hosting such an amazing event.
I could not agree more. All right, man, well, you just get out there, go racing, okay?
Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Nice job there by Cerise Taylor, who is our pit and feature reporter. And not only did Eric Coutil get the win, his second straight in a weekend, for race 3, grid order is decided by how you finish in race 2, so he starts on pole. So that's a biggie. There's no question about that. And there you can see the field getting ready to come out. You've been exploring things out there. What kind of track are they going to be racing on right now in terms of grip?
Yeah, it's getting very hot today. The track temperature is at least 40 degrees hotter than it was this morning. So it will matter even more for the heavier cars to not burn their stuff up on the race start and try to keep the tires under them.
All right, it gets slick, but when it gets slick, you start sliding. It can damage tires, and it's going to be an interesting race. And again, you see all of the different models of cars, from Corvettes to small sedans, and they all race in the same category through an absolutely brilliant rule set. And in that look back at 2023, the festival events, not just all about motorsports on the track, it's about music and the blend of the two, and it is a party extraordinaire and such fun. Let's take you a look at the top 20 here that are going to be on the grid. Of course, on the pole, the 82 of Eric Coutil, 2 in a row here. I wonder, is he going for a sweep like Drew was able to do, the number 7 of Luke McGrew was able to do at COTA? We'll find out. Luke starts second. He's going to want to get that win. James Houghton, a frustrated third after leading a lot of that race. The 484, Matan Rosenberg, will start fourth. The 99, Arani Vidoc, after that little touch with Matt, came back and was able to get back into the top 5. Matt Walbaum will start in the 6th spot. 7th will be the 236 of John Coslow. 8th, the 129 of James Cathers. 9th, the 184 of Eric Jensen in that LS swap, Scion FRS with a big V8. In 10th, Andy Smedegaard, 10th place finish as he continues to develop that new GR86 platform, and it's coming good. Andy's one heck of a wheel man. Starting 11th will be the 166 of Ben Thorne. 12th, the 917 of Lena Chen. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she chose that number, because she loves Porsche 917s. She is a student of the history of the sport and one talented driver as well. Starting in the 13th spot, the number 330 of Eric Magnuson. We'll talk about him in just a minute. 14th to 715 of Salil Shukla. 15th, the 83 of Carlos Mendez. 16th, the 72 of DJ Alessandrini. 17th, the 204 of Leland Wamble. 18th, the number 1 of Gary Wimble is continuing to do it. 19th, the 98 of Andrew Raines, who continues to struggle with the handling of that car. And then 20th, the 33 of Justin Lee. We both talked to Magnuson, but he said, I think, went too far by removing the wing entirely.
Yeah, so we saw in the paddock immediately after that race, he was getting ready to put the wing back on. So talked to Magnuson, and he was saying how in braking zones, the rear was just wanting to come around, and he couldn't put power down in corners. Actually, the competitors thought something was wrong with how the car was moving around in the corners. So Magnuson put the wing back on, and we'll see if he can make up positions, because he lost about 8 in the second race.
Now, Matt Walbaum, after yesterday, the wing was on, but he trimmed it out a little bit. We talked about that. I ran into him after the race, and I said, did it work? He said, way better. He said, yesterday I couldn't even get into 6th gear on the back stretch through 10. And he said, today, not only was I getting into 6th gear, but I was upshifting earlier. So he said, a lot better roll speed for us in that. Matan Rosenberg said he's been struggling from 12 all the way through 14 to get the power down. And he said he's tried all different kinds of things, and he thinks now, he said it's a gearing issue. He runs a different diff than the number 7 of Luke McGrew, so that's a possible issue that he's going to be chasing. And of course, the thing is, one, it's not an easy change, right? And two, he said, I've got to look at the rest of the schedule and see if spending the money to change the diff makes sense for some of these other tracks. And one other note I wanted to bring in, with his win yesterday, Eric Catil has now tied Jeremy Swenson for the all-time wins record in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup with 22. Tom O'Gorman has 28 to lead them all, and Luke McGrew has 12. So that was a big, big day for Eric Catil.
Yep, and Jeremy Swenson being a 2-time champion of the series,
yeah,
no slouch.
Says a lot, absolutely. All right, here we go. Coming up to the green, 12 to 15 minutes of some of the most fierce competition you will ever see. The first 2 races have been insane. Will they repeat? We're green! Field steaming down into turn 1. McGrew, a little bit of a nose ahead here. Is he going to be able to maintain that? He's going to use that curb. They're still side by side. Well, I'll tell you, he does not want to let Eric Catil get ahead of him, but I think right there, Catil did enough that he's going to have to force McGrew. Now we'll have to tuck in. But I'll tell you, it's going to be interesting because in the first 2 races, even though Catil won them both, he didn't lead any until the last lap. So now, how does he do it from up front?
Yeah, we've seen consistent late race charges from Catil, so this is the very first time he's led before the checkered flag. So he's just got to stay up front, keep it clean, and run his race.
And I was talking to Houghton after the race, and he said, I think the problem, he said it wasn't really a problem. We got all of those electrical glitches fixed. Car was great. He said, but these curbs are so violent. I don't want to break an axle. And he said, Catil was curb hopping like crazy. He said, clearly it gives you a lot better time around the track, a lot faster. He said, so if I'm in a position, I guess I'm just going to have to get more aggressive.
Yeah, CMP is definitely one of those tracks you have to know which curbs to hit. On a lot of the corners, the exit curbs are very tough and choppy, but a lot of the apex curbs can help rotate the car and give you that extra minimum speed.
All right, look at this. Matt Walbaum wasting no time, and looks like he has gone around on Paddock and is now attacking already on Matan Rosenberg. And you can see Houghton runs a little tighter line down there through the exit of 12 and now into 14. And this is about as big a margin as we've seen at the end of the first lap yet this weekend.
Yeah, and it looks like Rosenberg's already starting to struggle for rear grip. He just could not put power down out of 13, still sliding.
Yeah, really frustrating for him. He's been so quick, and then, when he can get it to work, then it just goes away on him. And Ronnie Vidocq running a little wide there, and somebody dropped a tire, and that may have been Houghton, because there goes Matan Rosenberg looking down the inside. Did he get him? They're still side by side. And Houghton, at least through the carousel, has the inside line. But Matan, look at him just round him up here. And now he's going to have a little bit wider run out of that corner and maybe be able to make this stick. This is a long run now down into 8.
Yeah, that was a crucial mistake by Houghton there, allowing Rosenberg to get by. And then look at the gap with Catil and McGrew out front now. It's allowing them to completely run away.
And I think Houghton was able to stay on the inside, get that overlap. He is. They are side by side. Walbaum all over the back of him right now. And look at the 212 of Smedegaard. That is that GR86 that he is developing, and he is developing it with a lot of speed in this race. And again, still side by side. Rosenberg into the very tight now, turn 11. And look at Walbaum sticking around the outside. These guys have been side by side now for 4 or 5 corners, and it's not going to end.
Yeah, lots of big movers on this opening lap. Both Smedegaard, Ben Thorne, and Eric Magnussen all up 2 positions on that opening lap.
Yeah, great opening lap. But as you said, up front now, that margin between Catil and McGrew is not a lot, but then it's now about 2 seconds back to Houghton, and it's all of this side-by-side stuff.
Yeah, and even Catil, he's pulling a little bit on McGrew there, so... Actually, McGrew with the fastest lap on lap 2, so he's closing in a bit.
Yeah, but just that whole half a lap side by side, Houghton now is about 3.5 seconds behind McGrew, and then everybody else behind him, and they're still side by side. And the reason that this is so costly in terms of time, and these guys are getting away, and now Ronnie Vidoc gets a run and is thinking about going up and making it 3 abreast. That's really difficult, man.
No.
And there's the inevitable result. And then Walbaum just got clipped right at the end of it, and it knocked the bumper off.
They killed the left rear suspension on his car.
Yeah,
it
it broke it. Yep, you can see it.
That'll be a caution. That's unfortunate to see.
Yeah, he's going nowhere.
And Ben Thorne's caught in it too. Ben Thorne must have caught his suspension.
He must have been the guy that clipped him.
Oh, that's really unfortunate.
It sure is. And so 2 cars right now sitting there, and you know, you never like to see it happen that way, but if the caution comes out, the guys that are going to be just in tears are going to be Coutil and McGrew, who have this big lead, because it will evaporate.
Yeah, Houghton and Vidoc are definitely rooting for that one right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was a interesting move by Vidoc. Yeah, there we go. There's the full course yellow.
There it is. So everybody's going to scrunch up. Here comes our pace car, and everybody's going to bunch up now. So this is going to completely change the dynamic of this race. And that suspension is broken. And so they're definitely, that's going to be probably either, well, it's a rear, so they may have to put it on a tilt bed.
Yeah,
so this will eat up a little time.
That was a very interesting move by Vidoc to take that window and go 3 wide into turn 4. You know, that's a very difficult corner to go 2 wide into.
I was going to say, yeah.
3 wide is absolutely, unheard of. I know that GLTC is a no contact series, but there has to be a point where you have to consider, can we safely get 3 cars through here? And so Vidoc just, there was very little room, and then he was beside Rosenberg, who was beside, Waldbaum.
Yeah.
And Rosenberg just had nowhere to go and simply pushed out to Waldbaum.
Yeah, he had no option, and it's unfortunate. And the thing of it is, and you can see Waldbaum right in the middle of the track here, so they had absolutely no option but to throw this full course caution. I mean, safety is always paramount, and that's exactly what they're going to pay with. Now, I understand Vidoc, especially if he felt he had some pace, seeing those 2 guys up front disappearing. Obviously, you're going to, it's going to be pretty urgent to get by, but you still have to think about, will the dynamics of this move allow it?
Yeah, especially with a very tight track like CMP. I mean, you have to take what opportunities are presented, but, it's still difficult. And I saw Waldbaum earlier try to drive away, but that left rear suspension is just destroyed, so. And unfortunately wanted to tow out when he tried to drive away and could do nothing. So it's an unfortunate place to be parked.
If he could even get it moving, it would just crab like crazy. So that's a real shame. But, one of the stories here in the early going is DJ Alessandrini, who's driving not his car. He got offered an opportunity.
Oh, and that's the 236. That's the 236 at
Coslow. Oh, my God. He has had an absolutely phenomenal weekend thus far in that beautiful 236, that silver car. Qualified 8th, has had 2 7s. And been right in the thick of some absolutely great battles. That is a shame. But DJ, who's driving somebody else's car, you're always a little careful when you're driving somebody else's car. He's, figuring it out. It's a big Corvette and working on some things, but he had a great start in this race and is in the top 10 right now. So superb job for him.
Yeah, great job to move up quickly there. And then look at Magnussen with the wing change already back in the top 10 very quickly.
Yep, that grip is huge. And, when a track gets slippery, you're going to have a little bit more grip. And so I think that was obviously an absolute necessity for him. But I'm just mega impressed with Andy Smedegaard. Not that his driving, he's superb. He's a superb wheelman. But how quickly that GR86 that he's developing for this category is coming good.
Yeah, and we saw in qualifying, I think he was P20 something.
Yeah,
I don't remember exactly.
Back.
He was way back.
24.
Yeah, and he's been moving up steadily through each race as well. Yep. I think he was 18th in race 1 and 10th in race 2, and he's up to P5 now in race 3.
I know, it's just fabulous.
At this rate, he's going to win race 4.
There you go. I like that. Yeah. Throw it down. And, it isn't the easiest thing when you're developing a platform, and it's that GT86.24, the Subaru platform. And it's obviously, he's got it coming good at the right time here. So it's going to be interesting to see how this is all going to play out. But, for Waldbaum, Coslow, obviously, Thorne, this is not what you ever want to see here. But looking back in the order, Andrew Raines, who's been struggling mightily, and what he was saying is that the rear suspension in particular has just been too soft, and they've been trying everything they possibly could. And he said, anytime you touch a curb with a few bumps around here, the shocks have been bottoming out, and then the car just wants to snap sideways. And he said, we're really fighting that. So it looks like maybe they were able to come up with a little bit of an answer on that.
But yeah, they've been moving through good as well. I'm very curious to see what happened to Kozlow, though, because I did not see him involved in that incident.
Yeah, I mean, he just pulled off by himself. I don't think it was, unless he maybe picked up a flat from debris.
Maybe he was.
Going through.
It appeared he was on the exit of the carousel, which is right after the incident.
Yeah, just interesting what may have happened there. So unfortunate to see that happen, because he's really been impressive here.
Yeah, and he's raced a lot at the grassroots level here at CMP, and he's a fantastic racer. So it's a shame to see him out of this race so early.
It really is, and it's going to be a matter now of just sort of seeing what's going to happen and how, really it comes down to how quick we're going to be able to get this cleaned up here. That's the thing. And the other question, what happened to Lena Chin? She started in the 12th spot, and she is outside of the top 20 right now. We did not see it, so I don't know whether she got tipped into a spin or something, but she's well back now, and she is the queen. I was going to say king, but the queen of outside passes. She loves rounding people up. So we'll see what she might be able to do. And they now have just stopped everybody.
Oh, there's Lena Chen all the way right in front of Bob Ross in the 56.
Yeah, so that's 36th spot after starting 12th. So clearly she had some issue there, and that's really unfortunate. Now, field's starting to move again at this stage, but that's really tough to see what happens here.
Yeah, and then we see Eric Jensen falling back in the 184 as well. He started, I believe, P9, and it's all the way down to P14 now. So,
hey, when a lot of people move up at the start, somebody's got to be moving backwards.
Absolutely,
but
yep.
You just wouldn't have thought, especially for Lena, that it would be 20 spots back. That's a tough thing here. As of that yellow flag, McGrew had the fastest race lap, and. But now, Houghton's right back in this. Vidak, and we don't know. I mean, Ronnie might end up at the end. The stewards might look at that and take a look. We'll see what's going on. But, the guy that's got to be frustrated right now is Matan Rosenberg. This young guy, he's a young guy, does a lot of this himself. He's got one buddy that helps him out. And they do a fabulous job, but he just is struggling to get the power down, and two, because the track's so greasy and he doesn't run a lot of aero in that car, to save a little bit of weight and get a little bit more power, that just magnifies the issue, doesn't it?
Yeah, and he was also involved in that incident with Vidak and Waldbaum. So got to hope there's no damage there. He was just kind of in the middle with nowhere to go.
Yeah, I was just looking on that right front, and I didn't see anything.
Neither did I.
Which is nice, and it was a pretty flush tip, I think. It wasn't like he speared into him, so he may have got away with it here. And I mean, Waldbaum at that point could have driven off, and it was just, and Thorne had nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this, white flag's coming out. So, and you just have to do this. These are 12 to 15-minute races, and when the cleanup is clearly going to exceed the amount of time left in the race, you have to do this.
Yep.
And it's really a shame, but it's not the way Eric would have wanted it, but that's going to move him into second by himself.
Yeah, I mean, he did a fantastic job on the race start, staying ahead of McGrew. They went side by side through 2 and 3, but Catil had the ideal line. You always want to be on the outside of turn 2 because you can just roll so much more speed.
Yeah, he played that beautifully, and we hate to see this happen, obviously, for the guys that have damage, but also for everybody else that was ready to race. And I'm sure Lena Chin is now absolutely beside herself, knowing that she had that problem and dropped so far back, and that she's got pace. And a lot of times, if you do get shuffled to the back like that, it gives you the silver lining is the fun of going back through the cars.
There's nothing more fun than passing cars racing,
So, that's a shame. There she is.
Major implications for race 4, though.
Oh, yeah. And, that's a good point, because race 4, the starting order is based on the finish of race 3, but then there's literally now a dice roll to determine what the inversion's going to be. And the winner of the race, so Eric Catil, will be given the dice and throw it.
and we'll see what the inversion is going to be for race 4. It'll be interesting, because it could be anywhere up to, I think 16, something like that, a third of the field basically. And so we're going to see some people and that's one of the reasons they do it, is to give some of the people that don't normally run at the front an opportunity to be up there and one, maybe get a little bit more exposure, but two, also see if they can race.
Yeah, I mean,
with these fast people.
With how hard it is to pass at this track and make it up through the field, someone's going to get very lucky.
Oh, you bet, and that's what makes it cool. And then that's the exciting part of it. While we are hanging here, I just want to remind everybody what else is coming up. We are going to have the first race of the day for the Rush Sport Racer Series, the GRIDLIFE Rush SR Championship. And they re-qualified this morning. That determines where they'll start. And we're going to have their race coming up. Then we're going to be enjoying a little bit of drifting. And we'll have a short break. And then we are going to have TrackBattle, the NOS energy drink, TrackBattle Podium Sprint. And it is fascinating. It's basically single car, 2 laps. Now, there will be a couple of 3 cars out on track because they'll release them and stagger them. But it's basically you get 2 laps. And it's the top 5 culled from each of the classes that are qualifying for Podium Sprint. And so that's going to be a blast. And then we have our final race for the Rush Sports Racer Series, the GRIDLIFE Rush SR Championship. And then we'll wrap up this live coverage here of GRIDLIFE Primetime at the GLTC, GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, race number 4. And we've had 2 absolutely phenomenal races. This has been the aberration. And hopefully for that 4th race, we'll get right back to it. But that second race, I mean, one, the top 3 were covered by a quarter of a second, less than a quarter of a second. But secondly, they were 3 abreast as they hit the finish stripe. That's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, there we go. Coutil. That's such a shame, but he gets the win. And again, that will move him now into second all-time in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup wins. McGrew gets that second spot. Houghton, Vidoc, Smedegaard will be your top 5.
3rd podium of the weekend for McGrew. Very nice.
Yeah, fast lap. And what's important, folks, is he swept the weekend at COTA, got all 4 race wins, and there's a different tabulation now for full season points. Last year we tried it where you had basically it was your weekend points. So whoever won the weekend would get the 25 points. Whoever finished second over the, that was combined over the 4 races got second. They decided, nope, that really didn't work. So now every race counts for the season championship. So for Luke coming in here, sweeping it, that looks good, right? And he got the 3 points for pole as well. He comes in, gets 3 points here, but then he doesn't get the wins, but he's got seconds and all that. And
that's 3 seconds. Yeah,
he's
they're
just
all seconds.
Building championship points. That's how you win. You win championship by gaining points. Wins don't always win a championship. So, he'd love to be winning, but I think all things considered, he'll be all right. This maybe wasn't our best track, and I'm still bringing home seconds. I'll take it.
Yeah, consistency is key, especially in such a long season championship like the GLTC.
Yeah, absolutely. And there you see Mr. Thorne's car under tow, and we're still the 236 at Coslow, that silver BMW, is waiting for somebody to come and get him. Meanwhile, here are the Rush Sports Racers, Rush SR. And these things are absolutely amazing. Relatively new. They ran with GRIDLIFE at our season finale at Laguna and put on an amazing show. Really, really cool prototypes. And one of the things about these cars is they have performance when you think about their horsepower, about 150 horsepower at 1,100 pounds. That sort of calibrates to a GT3 Cup car. That's some serious performance, right? But let's take a look here at some highlights here. And here you can see that line that really made it happen for Coutil. And then you can see Houghton and Rosenberg in their battle. And this is what allowed the guys up front to just check out, because these guys, at least somebody was side by side. And there was that tap when Vidoc dove to the inside into turn 4, and that's tough math.
I feel so bad for Ben Thorne there. He had nowhere to go. He was a victim of other people. Yeah,
it's truly a shame. So as we're watching this cool down lap, but we do have that one more race to go, scheduled for about 5:40 p.m. Last thing of our GRIDLIFE Primetime live coverage here. This is a new concept we love it. We think it's going to be great. So, all right, we have the first of the 2 races on the day from the GridLife Rush SR Championship coming up in just a little bit. But as always, want to take a moment and acknowledge some incredible partners that helped this all happen.
All right, everybody, now I am very excited to be talking with Blair Hosey. I just caught up with his dad. Blair and David have started Rush Racing. Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, Rush Auto Works.
Okay.
Rush Auto Works, yeah.
Out of Houston, Texas, originally from Scotland?
Correct. Scottish base, or Scottish owned, but all based here in Houston, Texas. So it's everything's bigger in Texas, so we love it.
And growing. So here we have the Rush Series cars behind us. Now, this is a spec series, so all of the cars are essentially the same. So how many cars do you have here at GRIDLIFE? Do you know?
Yeah, so we're at 24 this weekend, but you know, we've sold over, getting close to the 300 mark sold. Yeah. We're actually building the 200th car right now, so a little milestone. But yeah, they're popping around all across North America right now.
And my last question for you is, where can people find you if they want to get involved?
Exactly. So you can find us at Rush Auto Works, www.rushautoworks.com, or any socials. We're based out in Houston, but we've also got 12 to 14 dealers all across North America that do test drives, arrive and drives, rental programs, stuff like that. So there's always a place to kind of get your hands on a car, get in the seat, or drive one all across the state.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the information. That was very interesting.
Of course. Thanks for.
Best of luck.
You too. Bye for now.
Dude, this is so cool. Blair's gonna let me get in. I'm just gonna do some gymnastics really quick. Okay. All right. Sorry, I hit your mirror.
No worries.
Oh, y'all got no hips. Okay. Wow.
Here you go. And
Bro, wow, this is cozy. I could like take a nap, you know?
in it feels a little bigger, right?
Y'all got self-drive on these things or what? Wow, and honestly, so we'll get some shots too, but it's really simplistic in here. Like, there's go and then there's brake and then like steering. Who engineered all of this? Well done.
We literally build pretty much every single part of the car.
Okay.
We build our own coilovers, our own shocks, build our own diff. It's a full 12-plate LSD that we build in-house. We build our own shift system. We build our own steering wheels, our own dashes. Yeah.
Can we do all interviews like this from now on?
Just in the race car. I know it needs to happen, right?
It's my turn.
You can start it up if you want.
Yeah, I want to.
We let you do whatever.
Okay, so this one came up.
That's like your main kill switch.
Yeah.
Your run and your fuel.
Holy
And
crap.
then you have all your units and stuff. So if
Yep.
you want, go ahead, press that big black button. Go ahead.
Oh, it's smooth. It's really smooth. Oh, that's nice. It's not too loud. It's not, because you're all open here too. So if it were, that'd be a little bit obnoxious and distracting. I sure can. Yeah, I'm gonna do one of these. How high can I go? I don't want to annoy people, but just. I did not know what to expect with any of these cars. I'm really impressed. This is really, really cool shit. Sorry, Steph.
Oh.
All right, dude, that was sick. Wow! Let's go racing!
From the moment it leaves the factory, critical parts of your engine are building up deposits. And at Valvoline, preventing these damaging deposits isn't enough. We've revolutionized a way to reverse them. Introducing Valvoline Restore and Protect. The first and only motor oil that returns pistons to factory clean by removing up to 100% of deposits with continuous use. Restore your engine to perform like new. With Restore and Protect, another first from Valvoline.
Did you energize yet today? It's time to NOS up. Get after it.
High performance, year-round traction, long tread life. It's one tire with multiple personalities. Introducing the Azenas FK460, Falcon's all-new ultra-high-performance all-season tire. With an advanced rubber compound that delivers confidence through every curve, in any condition, all year long, making the seemingly impossible possible. Learn more about the Azenas FK460 at falcontire.com.
And welcome back, everybody. I got to tell you, how much fun was Cerise having?
Oh, she was having a blast.
That was just a howl. And I noticed that Blair had a driver's suit on. I wonder if that might not just be the stick.
That might be.
I mean, he is their development driver. So, and I think that's a great idea. You know, he goes out and runs. There's no data like racing data. I mean, you could test all you want, but he goes out there, and if that's what he's doing, and if he's the stick and he's gathering all that data, I know he coaches all these drivers. They offer free coaching at every one of these rounds from Blair, who is the test and development driver for these cars. And I think that's just a fabulous thing for them to be able, you know, I mean, how many other places can you go and race and have a coach for free? That's part of the program.
None that I know of.
That's unheard of, yeah.
And the data thing's very interesting. I love that because as an engineer, you know, there is zero data like data from the exact same session. So even from a different day or earlier in the morning, the track changes so much. So things are different, grip levels are different. So that is fantastic.
And then what happens is as they come up to the white flag, he just pits because he said, I'm not out there to steal points. I'm not out there to take people off the podium. I'm out there to gather data. I don't need to run that last lap to do that. And so they really think about it. And they continue to develop the cars. And I mean, they're some of the safest cars you could imagine. The crush structure that they have inside on the sides and in the front of that car is extraordinary. The bars come down, and she made the comment about you guys don't have hips, but the bars come down. There's a lot of space between your body and those bars should there be a side impact. And now they've introduced a new part of the sort of halo, the way that they have their roll hoops. You know, a lot of the cars still have the twin that comes up the side, but they've got this new thing called the Trident. A couple of cars are running it, and hopefully we can get a shot of it. But it's got a center bar like a Formula One or F4 or whatever halo bar that comes down. And you know, they're always looking at things here and saying, how can we make these safer? Because they are wickedly quick cars.
Yeah, and as we've seen in recent years in the Upper Formula Series, I mean, the bar alone has saved multiple lives. You know, we look at, you know, Roman Grosjean's crash, the incident with Hamilton and Verstappen at Monza, you know. So that bar is incredibly important, and I'm excited to see them add that to cars.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really smart thing to do. And, you know, the drivers, that, you know, one of the things we've talked about it, you know, confidence builds speed. But you don't have confidence in a car if you're not comfortable in the car. And part of being comfortable in the car is feeling safe.
Yeah, and people talk about how cages add weight and all this. But I've always joked, and honestly it's probably true, that cages add speed because you now have the confidence, you know, you have the level of safety. Yeah. Obviously, no one goes out planning to wreck a car, but it's that extra safety net that allows you to properly push to 10/10ths.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and it was funny. I was talking to the two guys that are running the Triton here, and I asked them about the weight, and they said, yeah, you know, it's only about 18 pounds, but in these cars at 1,100 pounds, 18 pounds is significant. And the other guy just looked at him and said, hit the gym, dude.
Yeah. Oh, and then especially the weight being high up, but with how the cars are built, I mean, it's perfect.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And again, I like your comment about you'll go faster when you feel safer, even if there's a little bit more weight in the car. You're willing to push it a bit more. So, yeah, everybody that I talked to, I took a wander over there. We had a nice visit with the Hoysies and just chatted a little bit about things, but also went and talked to a number of the teams. And I'll tell you what, every driver said these things are an absolute blast. And one of the reasons I'm doing this is, one, because they run with GridLife and they get this level of exposure on our stream. Two, the competition in these things is fierce. The performance is so incredible. But everybody mentioned, when you look and really study these cars, you understand that they're super safe. The other thing that is cool about it, the body panels are 14 separate modular parts. So if you ding a right front, you don't have to take off and cut and all this stuff. You just unclip that panel, and they're all designed to be small enough and light enough that they could be shipped UPS.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's fabulous.
Yeah, I was talking to John Ryman last night, and he was mentioning he had a Camaro before he had his Rush, and he was talking about how it cost him $1,000 per track day to track with how fast he's going through brake pads, tires, and all this. He mentions the Rush, it's $100 an hour to run.
I know, it's incredible. It really is. It's amazing. Look at how packed is. They're still working on getting Ben's car out of the way here. And you just saw a high shot of this facility for a GRIDLIFE festival event. There's the huge stage on the left side of your screen, and the paddock is jammed, a lot of it with fans. And underneath that big white awning there, they've got an amazing arcade here. Let's check it out.
All right, so here at GRIDLIFE, this is a whole experience. Yes, we have motorsports, yes, we have music, but in the interim and at night, we have the arcade. So I'm gonna walk around and show you guys a little bit of what we got. We got all of these units here. You can go ahead, where's Miss Pac-Man? Miss Pac-Man is always a huge hit. So if you do show up to the arcade activation setup, everything is free. You just hop on and you can play whatever game you want. This is all provided by GRIDLIFE, and we are so thankful that it's here. We have really cool sim setups all along here and just behind me. So let's go see if someone will talk to us. Who do we want to talk to? Think I should interrupt him? Do you think he looks dialed in, or should I interrupt him? Interrupt him, okay. All right, we're adding in another variable. We're going to do an interview while you're sim racing. How are you driving? What are you driving?
I'm driving an S14.
And where are you?
I think this is the kart track for Carolina Motorsports Park.
And do you have a car that you drive at home?
I do. I have two.
And what are they?
I have an NB Miata and I have an E36 Vert.
Hey, awesome. I'm an E36 girl myself. So I'm going to let you get back to it. I'm sorry I interrupted you, okay?
You're good. You're good.
Have fun.
All right, thank you.
All right, guys, so it's all fun and games here, literally, at GRIDLIFE. We have everything for everybody. So if you're here this weekend, come and check out the arcade, play a couple games, and see if you have any luck. Oh, one more thing. So apparently this NBA Jam game, when it was created, the guy who coded it was a huge, what was he, Ryan? He was what? He was a huge Pistons fan. So if you hop on this thing and you play as the Bulls, you can't win. That's the rumor. So if you can figure that out for me, please do. If you play as the Bulls and you win, you got to come and find me and we'll report back. If you hear nothing, then it's true. So have fun, guys.
Boy, Cerise, not only is she having huge fun out there, but she's doing an absolutely great job. And I don't know how she didn't crack up if she read that T-shirt.
I have no idea how.
That was funny. Now here's a look, at some of the layout here. I love this. There's that turn 10, and you can see, the speed they're running through there. That becomes a significant corner, and you really are dancing on the edge through that, aren't you?
Yeah, with the power to weight of the GLTC cars, most of them are flat through there. But especially when you get into the upper track battle classes like Street Mod, Track Mod Unlimited, people are having to brake for that corner. And so, a lot of the people, they're still running 120 mile an hour through the corner, but they're running so much speed up to it, they're having to hit the brakes, which is amazing.
Yeah, that really is. And, this track, when you look at it, you wonder, okay, is it going to be really tight? Is it going to be? It's a really cool track, and it's technical in spots, but everybody I've talked to, they said, we looked at it and thought, boy, this is going to be really tight. And then they get here and they go, this is faster than I thought.
Yeah, it's got some really fast corners, like turn 8 we're looking right here at the bottom of the screen, turn 4 going into the carousel, and then obviously the kink,
Yeah, I love that turn 4 into 5 entry and the way you need to drive that complex. It's part of that technical challenge of this place.
Yeah, I was coaching some drivers earlier today and I saw a lot of people trying to pick up the throttle back between turn 4 and the carousel right here. And so what I focused them on primarily was using less brake on the entry and trying to roll all the speed over the curb.
Yeah.
And then if you're having to do a downshift, do it in that short chute in between turn 4 and the carousel and get most of your braking done there.
Makes sense. And, when you get it right, you come out of 7 with a big head of steam down into that, as you said, crucial turn 8. We're going to be bringing out these Rush SR cars here for their first race on Saturday. Unlike GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, where there's a qualifying and then it's 4 races here, they re-qualify Saturday morning for the 2 races on Saturday. And as I was wandering through the paddock, I stumbled into this couple and their brother and sister, and they were super nice. And I looked at them and I went, this is Minnesota level nice. And sure enough, they are from Minnesota, and that is Nick and Kelsey Billingsley. and they are brother-sister. They are racing here. They were totally effusive about these cars, said they are having an absolute blaster. They're from a little town just a bit north of the Twin Cities, and they said, boy, it was a long tow to get down here, but look at this weather. Compared to Minnesota this time of year, they are enjoying their experience here. It looks like pace cars starting to head out.
Yeah, it is a balmy, probably 72 degrees out here at Carolina Motorsports Park. It was a little cold and windy this morning, but it has quickly warmed up.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And, everybody that I was talking to, they said it's amazing the level of grip that the downforce on these cars have. They said you get up to 80 miles an hour, you start to feel it. They've really worked the downforce in beautifully. So the cars are making their way out. Let's go through the starting lineup. Fastest time in qualifying, as you would expect, the Rush Stig in the number 8. Ryan Leach, who had a big win yesterday in the number 56, qualified second. But he has been very, very fast. In the third spot is the number 28. We want to make sure we get his name right today. It's actually John Ryman III. And the way it was on one of the entry lists, that is what they used to create some of the graphics and the such. It looked very different. But it's John Ryman III in the 28. In the number 74, that's Jason Ayler is actually how it's pronounced. We had that wrong too, or I did. And he's one of the guys running that new Trident 3-bar system on the roll cage. Hopefully you can get a shot of that. And that number 74, starting in the 4th spot. In the 5th spot will be the number 5, and that's Rob Radman in that chrome blue car, who we have seen have some spurts of serious speed, and then he's just had some unfortunate luck. There's the 74, and you can see now that 3rd bar running right down the center of the roll hoop, if you will, and it's just a great innovation and development there, and we'll follow that around as we continue on. In the 6th spot, a guy who's had 2 fifths already this week in the number 10, Suelio Almeida. In the 7th spot, the first of the brother-sister team, the number 9 of Nick Billingsley. Then in the 8th spot, the 58 of Bill Wright. 9th will be the 11 of Sam Reed. In the 10th spot, the number 12 of Brett Digicaumo. And then in the 11th spot, the 98 of Logan Haydel. 12th spot is Kelsey Billingsley in the number 19. Starting 13th will be the 15. That's the other guy running the Trident roll cage system. Bruno Purpura in the 14th spot, the 44 of Craig Andrews. 15th to 13. And it always lists up as JC Racing. But in that number 13 car, he's having a pretty good weekend here. Is Lee Keller is actually the driver's name. And as we continue on, starting 16th is the 63. That's Vitas Saldana. In the 17th spot, the 62 is Tom Burns. The 18th spot is the 38 of Timothy Ziegenfuss. In the 19th spot, the number 3 of Timothy Fokine. 20th to 26th of Robbie Sanders. And completing the field in 21st is the 65 of John Howe. So that is your starting lineup. And I can't wait for this race. I mean, they, in that afternoon race yesterday, in that immense wind, a little bit of drizzle, massive wind, sandstorms, they still put on a good show.
Yeah, phenomenal race yesterday afternoon.
So in these conditions, I am really looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. And I'll tell you what, they have been out with a qualifying session earlier, but since that happened, it's gotten a lot hotter. People don't sometimes realize how important these pace laps are to really get a look at the track you're going to be racing on if you haven't been out there for a few hours.
Yeah, and also properly getting tires and brakes up to temp. With the higher track temperatures, though, thankfully, getting tires up to temp is no issue. With the 13-inch wheel that these Rush run, it's a little harder to get tire temperature in with how small they are as far as lightweight and all. So the track heat might actually help them get tires up to temp.
That's a really good point. And you had a really good look there at the Trident on the 74 of Ayler's, Jason Ayler's car. So, just a great innovation. Safety is everything. Big field here on this track, 2.3 miles essentially in length, 14 turns, and we are ready to go. Rush SR coming up for their first of 2 races here on Saturday. We'll be covering them both here. And they start into the acceleration zone, starting to build a little bit of speed. Watch at the tower there for us to go racing. Looking them over, and we're green. Here we go. And a nice start. Well, I'll tell you, Ryan Leach timed that really well. Thought he might be able to get around the Stig. But going into turn 1, it's so tight there that I think he made a pretty good decision there and just decided to tuck into second and then get after it here.
Yeah, Radman already up into P4. Nice move on the first 3 corners.
Yeah, that was an absolutely great start for him. And I love it because we can really pick his car out. You know where he is. There he is. In that beautiful car. And he is all over the back of John Ryman III and hounding him already. And, like we talked about, we've seen these moments of real pace from Radman. And then, he's had a little issue. And, boy, he's going for it already. He's down to the inside, and that's overlap, and they run under GRIDLIFE rules in terms of contact and overlap, and you can see right there, but a beautiful move at that point by Ayler as he just used that better line around the outside, carried more speed, but here comes Radman again.
I actually think that might have been Ryman.
I think you're right.
Fantastic job by Ryman to carry the speed around the outside of 8. Good job using the exit curbs as well to hold it.
Yep, and now, does he come back, Ryman, in that 28? He's got the overlap, and look at Radman just planted around the outside, accelerates out, but here comes, this is absolutely fascinating. And I thought Ryman there was going to try the over-under, but I think he entered with just a bit too much pace.
Yeah, I was really hoping for the crossover there, but he couldn't get it done.
Yeah, you can just see he tried to turn in and the front end gave up a little bit. So they get back to fighting, but coming up behind is Ayler, still not losing a lot of touch there. So, and same deal, whenever you're running side by side through a section of track, you're never running quite as quick as you could be on the best line. And so our Stig has just set up the fastest time here, but Leach keeping it very close in that second spot right now.
Yeah, and coming out of 14, I saw Radman get a little loose over the curve, so I'm just wondering if the track temperature's playing into that.
And these cars, the other thing, it's an inline 4, right, 1 liter engine. It revs to well over 10,000 RPM. So these things just sound great as well, and they fly.
Yeah, and especially with the sequential boxes just clicking off shifts.
Yeah, we haven't talked much about that. I'm trying to see if I can.
That's the 13 of Lee Kellert.
Yep, that's Lee Kellert has had an issue. That's a shame, and that's.
Oh, he stopped right in the middle of turn 1.
Yeah, that's not a good spot, and. As this field, once they get close, if he can't get cleared, they're going to have to go caution where he is parked right now. And he is just an absolute target. And the yellow comes out. We just saw that move in the back, and he couldn't get it done. So then that means you've got to settle it in here. And I think that was the number 10, Suelio Almeida, trying to sneak around on Ayler. And that caution just came out. If he got that done a little bit sooner, it would have stuck. But not in this case, and he's got to just tuck right back in again. So, full course caution here, and obviously we talked about it before, the Stig and Leach, they built up that little bit of a margin and had some opportunity. Suelio Almeida here is a pretty cool story. He started off in sim racing and got to the point where he's good enough to be able to, that's a different car.
That's the 55 it looked like.
Oh my goodness. So
is there 55?
No. 15 possibly, a Bruno Purpura.
I'm not sure, but yeah, that's interesting. Off in turn 14 there.
Right at the exit. But Suelio started off in sim racing and got to the point where he was 65
of John Howe.
Yeah, that's a shame. Where he got to the point of being good enough in it, had won enough that he could coach and won a Porsche Esports Championship. That got him an opportunity for an actual real-world drive where he acquitted himself pretty well. And last year he ran in a series called Formula Inter, and but the other side of the coin is he is a huge following on social media and does videos, and he sort of documents. Last year he ran a Formula 4 car. This year he's running this, and he really documents them. He's a pretty solid racer as well, and any series that he runs, because of his amazing social media presence and influencer role almost, are so lucky to have him in their paddock.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Rush develops as a stepping stone for the higher levels. I could see this definitely becoming a stepping stone for running LMP3, LMP2, that kind of prototypes, as well as GT cars.
I think so, and the fact that you can get into these for so much cheaper, and there are some other smaller prototype series out there, but a lot of them, like if you damage the cards, the repair costs are massive, and to get parts shipped, they have to come from Europe or wherever. Here, this is all U.S. based, and Scottish owners, but Texas based, as we heard from Blair, and so that helps things immensely. And one of the things was, they said we are determined to make these cars have great performance and have, what's the word I'm looking for? Current tech, right? So, somebody that wants to maybe move out, they're not going from a gated box or whatever. Nowadays paddle shift is everything, right? That's what these cars have. It's a full sequential box in these things.
Yeah, and they have a nice digital dash as well with fully integrated everything. I mean, it's, top of the line.
Yeah, and it sure fascinated Cerise.
Oh, yeah, she loved it.
You could tell she was having some serious fun in there. And so we got, did we count 3 cars or just 2?
I believe just 2. Well, that might be a third there.
Yeah.
I can't tell whether that's on the exit of the carousel or maybe turn 12, 13, but I think that's in the carousel.
I think it is, too. So not sure what happened, but, if we had contact between a few cars, and then you suddenly, it damages it. So we're going to have to see what happens here. Trying to pick up a number.
It looks like a 2 is the first number, maybe the 28 of Ryman?
Or the 26 of Sanders, possibly?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yep. Here's a look at the number 19 of Kelsey Billingsley. That is the sister of the brother-sister combo out of Minnesota.
Love the wrap on the front end. Definitely makes it stand out.
It does. It's really, really sharp. There's the number 98. And that is Logan Haydell. And that's where they're running in order right now at this point. She's in the 11th spot, Haydell in 12th. Perpua is still lapping and shown in the 13th spot, so that wasn't him who was off at the exit of 14. So I have to figure it out here. And at least we see a full course caution. We're not continuing, but we're not seeing any indication that this race might be halted soon. So we'll have to see what happens. And the pace car is really slowing down, which is oftentimes a signal that they think they can get these things cleared, so they slow the pace car down to try and get one more lap of racing in. But this is frustrating. You go out there, you're just getting your head into the race, you're focusing, and then you have a caution like this, and you're just trundling around, tires cool off, all kinds of things happen. And you've been in that scenario, obviously, where you've got to just make that adjustment again when you go racing.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially just an entire reset of the race. You might be up or down a few spots, but you have to reset. Like we were mentioning earlier, the best thing a racer can have is a short-term memory. So you just got to reset and just go right back after it.
And one of the things that is, to me, a real telltale of a person's real talent behind the wheel. And remember, as Cerise said, this is a spec series. All these cars are absolutely identical, with the difference being in the setup of the car and the wings on the back, maybe. And it's not much adjustability. But how the driver likes the car. Do you like it to be a little loose? Do you like it, the front to push and give you an idea of the limits, that kind of thing. But they're all identical. They're built to the exact same spec, and that's what it's all about. And so it really puts the onus on the driver. And if the driver can really shine in one of these cars, that can tell everybody, darn, he's pretty good, right? And to me, the guy or gal in a spec series that after a caution, when the tires are cold, can go out there and really find speed, more speed than anybody else on those cold tires and low grip scenario, that sets them apart a little bit. Because that's the gift.
Yeah, I mean, spec series definitely focus on driver development. I mean, you see a lot of people starting other spec series, such as, Spec Miata, for example, and, other series like that. So it's definitely probably one of the best starting points. And, that's some people's final destination. They're just happy to club race there. Because, you might be running 5th, 6th, 12th, but you're still racing another car the whole time.
Exactly. You find somebody that's in your same pace window and you race hard, you get out of the car, and the grin is as big as anybody running up front.
Absolutely. We all love to win, but there's only one winner at the end of the day. And as long as you had fun, I mean, none of us are getting paid to race out here, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So it's all about, going out and having fun.
It's the enjoyment. I remember, when I was racing back in the day, and there was a guy who ran, he was a different class, but overall lap speed, we were very similar. And no matter what happened, we'd eventually find each other in a race. And we had these fabulous battles, but we were great friends. So, you never shut the door. You never risked, hurting or bumping the other guy. And after the race, oftentimes we were, top 5 in our class, but we didn't win. We got out of the cars and we'd find each other in the paddock and just smiles like you wouldn't believe. It's the joy of doing it. It's the journey, really, almost, not the destination, and that's what makes it, so very exciting. And getting back to that finding speed, I had the great fortune of announcing Juan Pablo Montoya's first race ever in the U.S. in a Skip Barber's. God, I'm dating myself terribly. A Barber Saab back in the day, and I was talking. He was on pole. And it wasn't by a massive margin, but a few tenths. But at the start, and those Barbershop Pro races, especially on a street course, and it was the old Miami street course, it's a wreck fest. So he, at the start, just leapt out to 5-second lead. And then the guys in second and third started to equalize it a little bit when their tires heated up. There'd be somebody wrecked, there'd be a caution. Restart, he was gone, 5-second lead. Then it would equalize. And that kept happening. And I remember saying near the end of the race when he did it again, I went, we may be seeing somebody really special here, because what he's doing, that's the gift. And then to see all the way up to F1 and Indy 500 wins and everything. But that's something that's pretty cool to see. And in a spec class like this, if you have that gift, you can really let people see it.
Yeah, and when things aren't optimal, conditions aren't optimal, equipment isn't optimal, I mean, that's the time to shine. That's when the true people, shine, and that's when they gain an advantage, is when things are not optimal. Like we always talk about rain, being the great equalizer. So conditions aren't optimal, that gives you your time to shine.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are drivers that, in the dry, they just don't have budget in certain cars or for whatever reason, and then in the wet, they can just fly. And as you said, it's such a joy. So we hate to see this happening, of course, but once again, everybody very tuned into safety in grid life in general, and these cars are all built around high performance, but as safe as you could imagine. And so they're not going to rush a restart and risk anybody that's in a dangerous position out on track. But it gives us a chance. We love watching these cars at speed, but you could see them now at a little slower pace, and they're starting to bob and weave.
So I think we might be going green this time by. Looks like, I can't tell if the light's out on the pace car or what.
And the pace, yeah, it looks like it is. So this might be it. We may be going back to green, and how great would that be? And one of the nice things here, we saw it yesterday, didn't we, where they had an early caution. And so then when the racing started, they just let them run for a few more laps than the time window. And, it's okay by me. I want to see these things racing because they are cool.
Yeah, and we saw Leach on the race start. He held it right with the stick, yeah, so we'll see if he's able to do it now.
I got to tell you, if I was going to go back into racing, I think I'd do it here. I'd do it in this category of car. Because great performance, downforce, all those cool attributes, the tech, the no-lift shift and all that. And and it's a car that whole little side pod that falls down off that's crash structure. That's deformable crash structure. So, you really feel like you're in a cocoon in these cars. So, all right, yeah, pace car has accelerated away. We get some racing, Chris. This is great. Here we go out of that last turn 14, making their way up, and look at Leach. Staying as close as he can, trying to anticipate when does the Stig drop the hammer, and Radman and reading them both here as they come up. Wait for it, and we're green. Here we go, and look at Leach. Thought about the move. Radman might be able to do something up and around. 3 abreast in, and up and bounding over the curbs, and almost a touch behind there in that battle for fourth.
Fantastic move by Leach to get P1 in the braking zone there of turn 1 on the Stig.
Yeah, man, he looked down to the inside and then he was way deep on the brakes, and it paid off. Beautiful move. And Radman, let's see what he can do now.
Eller's giving Ryman some pressure there.
Yeah, Ehler's just been really oh!
Radman must have an issue. Oh, no.
And that's kind of been his MO, hasn't it? He's been so fast, and then suddenly something goes wrong, and now he's just dropping back.
It looked like he's able to keep going, but he definitely dropped speed coming out of the carousel there.
Yeah, it's difficult to miss a shift in a paddle shift car.
Yeah, it's hard to say what happened.
Yeah. So, but once again, now that gives us that little margin between the Stig and Ryan Leach. And this time it's the Stig trying to find a way by. And then behind them, Ryman, Ehler, and again, Suelio Almeida. It looks like he's going to have a shot at another top 5. I don't know that he's going to be satisfied with that. He is attacking on Ehler right now.
Yeah, fantastic job into the brakes of turn 12 there. It's a very tricky corner with the apex, and he did fantastic there.
Yeah, he is hounding him. He's in that gray with the red and white trim on it, all over the back, looking to the inside. Wasn't quite close enough, and eventually had to bail on it. But he's showing some real pace right now, and obviously that's going to have him up into 5th. But he's already had 2 of them on the weekend. I think he really would like to be able to move up another spot here. And Leach resets fast lap of the race. Not a surprise with the way he's running.
Yeah, he was on it on that race start, and he's just trying to do his best to pull away right now.
Ryman in a solid 3rd, then that Ayler-Almeida battle, and then Nick Billingsley is up in the 9th, knocking on the door here, just behind Almeida here. There he is, coming into frame. And then the 11 of Reed, who had a spin earlier in the weekend and has dropped back a little bit in terms of his finishing position, was 9th. He's worked his way up into 7th. Obviously, with the problems for Radman, that helped him up, but still doing a really nice job.
Yeah, DiGiacomo gaining positions as well. He's up to P8. He started P10, so.
Look, there's the gap, 1st to 2nd, and then 2nd back to 3rd. Probably about 3.5 seconds right now, but this is an absolutely great battle that's unfolding here as now Ayler has really closed up again in the back of Ryman the 3rd, and he's brought Suelio right with him, and Suelio has been really good in the brake zones. See him close down big time.
Yeah, and this is high stakes too, because this is the battle for the final podium position.
Absolutely it is. And not sure how much more time we're going to have. He looks again. And you can see that little bit of, as the white flag comes out, there was that little bit of the feint over from Ayler to dissuade him a little bit. And that's fine. You just can't really do anything in reaction to somebody, but you can choose a line. You just kind of have to hold it here. And so now let's see if Almeida is going to be able to do anything on this last lap. He had a much better line through 1 and 2, and that's allowed him to close right back up on Ayler through 3 and up into 4.
Yeah, and Ayler's been closing in on Ryman big time through turn 4 the entire day, but it looks like he's fallen back a little bit there, so Ryman might be able to pull out this P3.
And up into this great sequence of corners, and you've got to be so patient in turn 6. You don't want to go to the apex in 6, and you want a late apex 7 to get that run, don't you?
Yeah, it's very frustrating, but the best drivers, you have to do it. And look at this run.
Here we go. Suelio deep on the brakes down into turn 8.
Beautiful.
And makes it work. That was clinical, wasn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. Perfect late brake and just runs it out wide.
So getting it done, that's going to move him now up into the 4th spot. I don't know if he's going to have anything for Ryman the 3rd, but for Suelio, 2 5ths, and now getting that 4th. He'll love that. It's just a matter of his pace. Actually, he's closing it up on Ryman, isn't he?
Yeah, I thought that would help Ryman more, but they're closing in fast.
All right, well, here's the deal. We've got this and 2 more corners to go. Ryman, you always think, he's running off track, but that's the line. You do the rim shot through turn 13, and I think he's got enough in hand. Now, let's see what happens at this point. I would expect here, the Stig didn't pit. He's going to follow across the line, and Leach getting the win. Nice job there.
A nice job by Ryman to secure P3 there. Solid finish.
Really held on to it, fought hard for that. The margin between Ryman and the 3rd spot, Almeida in 4th, only 7/10 of a second, and another 8/10 only back to Ayler. So great drive there. Nick Billingsley, solid run into the 6th spot in his number 9. Reed in the 11 up to 7th. DiGiacomo up into 8th. Wright doing a nice job up into 9th. And the 98 of Haydel, a solid run up into the top 10. So nice job for him. And Kelsey Billingsley just outside of that top 10, sitting in the 11th spot. And so she did a nice job as well. But, the big thing is everybody, had a blast. Obviously, a couple of the guys, had some mechanical issues or contact. We don't know what it was, but wow, did they put on a great show again.
Yeah, that battle for 3rd through 5th was absolutely phenomenal between Ryman, Almeida, and Ayler.
And we absolutely love to see it. Sure makes our job easy when you can have a great battle like that to call. And we still have one more race from the Rush SR Series coming up. And, let's just hope they finish with a bang, because it is so fun to watch these races.
Yeah, the racing this weekend has been phenomenal across GLTC, Rush, and all.
And don't forget, folks, we do have coming up, and that's what you see queuing up, is going to be some of the drift cars are going to be coming out and putting on a show for us here during this coverage. But there's a little look at the start here. And again, just a great move as they head down and in and watch that pass unfold here using that curb. And there comes the 28 of Ryman and Radman side by side. Just some absolutely incredible action.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the advantages of these cars. In a place normally one car can go, you can fit 3 side by side.
Absolutely. And it's really shown in the quality of the competition. We did have a couple of cars have some problems, and that brought out the caution, but they did extend the time window and let them go back racing. And look at that relaunch, and that start was superb by Ryan Leach.
Yeah, that was the move that sealed the deal right there. Leach got it done and did not look back.
Yep, then you saw the blue car Radman have its little bit of an issue. And then this absolutely fabulous battle for the final step on the podium. There's Almeida's pass. Beautiful going into turn 8 and picking up that 4th spot. Just didn't have quite enough time to get after Ryman the fourth third. And so the podium goes to John Ryman, but an absolutely superb run here. So we've got a lot more to come. We've got our drifting exhibition coming up, and then, of course, we've got another Rush race and the GLTC final race of the event. We're going to take a little break here, say thank you to some of our great partners, and we'll be right back here to Carolina Motorsports Park. It's the South Carolina Festival for GRIDLIFE.
Officially entered no man's land. This is just like the vibe over here with the drifters is entirely different than when you have gripping over there. This is already a party. Like, we have so many different chassis. There's a lot of noise around me right now. Thank God for good microphones. This is like, if you guys are from the Northeast, it just feels like Club Loose. Like, this is like, shout out to my homies at Club Loose. All right, we gotta go check in with Cora Works because we got Tyler's car here today. We got Greg running. Greg's rolling out right now. Never mind, we're gonna get it later. But either way, this is so much fun. These cars all look really good. We got Corvettes, we got 240s. What we got? We got Infinities. I mean, dude, like, it's nutty over here. I like it. I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna just hang out here for a little bit. All right, first reactions. I just want to get your vibe right now. How are you? Was that a chicken wing?
Yeah, chicken wing on track. You just never know when you need it. Do you keep chicken wings on you at all?
Sometimes. Do you want your helmet off?
Oh.
Are you hot?
Yeah.
All right, guys, I am here with Greg from Cora Works. You are here with your S chassis while you're taking your helmet off. We're so happy that you're here. You showed up late last night.
Yeah.
Kind of in true Greg fashion a little bit. Okay.
Absolutely. I can't thank enough to the guys. Like, we loaded up the car in the trailer and unloaded it like 3 times.
Yeah.
So it's got no brakes right now, which is fine. Don't tell tech. No, it's got no handbrake, but I'm like having so much fun. Like, the coolest thing about GRIDLIFE isn't even driving the car. I've been here for 10 years. I've never driven GRIDLIFE once.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, never driven it once, and honestly, it's kind of the same exact experience. Because I'm starting to find out we're not here for cars, we're here for the buddies.
Do you mind if I get real with you for a second?
Absolutely.
Just recently, you posted a very sentimental video online, and I'm not gonna lie, I was just catching up with your boy Logan over here. I didn't have as much context as I do now, and it just made me want to be a part of the story. I know that you and Cora Works have gone through a lot this year. It's been very heavy. Rest in peace, Tyler. And I know that there was a lot of context here. So can you explain to the people what that moment was for you, of you getting a little emotional?
Yeah, so this car is really cool. It's a chassis that we had laying around Cora Works for about 10 years, and it's actually an old competition chassis from way back in the day. And I said, let's revamp it. And I've always been busy with like helping other people, Formula Drift and all the other guys working on other cars. I never worked on my own. So over near a decade, all of my friends helped me put this thing together. And it's something about paint. When you put paint on a car and you step back and we fit the body kit, I like ugly crying. Like, oh, like ugly crying.
It was beautiful.
Thank you. And yeah, so we got the car together, and it's because of my friends. And I'm starting to find out at the track's the same exact thing. Getting here is the same exact thing as when you get here. Cars are kind of about it, but it's more about the community.
I can tell everybody at home, we have always appreciated Greg and the team and CoreWorks. They have always brought the good vibes. As you can see, the joy is just emanating. So I'm so happy that you're here with your car and you're driving it, man. That's so much fun.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Seriously, this is so much fun.
Please go online and check out CoreWorks. Make sure that you're following them. You're going to have a very busy FD in 60 seconds. This coming up. All right, guys, go out there, have fun.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
And so we are out on the track with the drifting, and the one and only, the inimitable, the fabulous Cerise Taylor has joined us here as she is sort of our resident drifting expert. But before we get into that, Cerise, you know, I've watched you work this paddock, and you're out there, you're in the motorsports paddock, and you're out there, you're doing core interviews and getting into it and just being Cerise. Then you hop in that little Rush SR, and you start squealing like a 5-year-old. How fun was that piece?
I think that's something that everybody would do with these cars and the Jeep versus I mean, it literally never gets old. I think there's like a sensory, you know, effect that happens that just tickles a part of the brain and makes you giggle. Like I can't explain it any other way, but I think that that's something that we all share. So even with these cars, so I was over on the go-kart track and I was out getting a ride along, and dude, and I was out with Kelsey Rowlings earlier, getting ahead of myself. Sorry, slow down. These cars are still going to be here. So here we have Chelsea DeNova in the E36, and we just have a lot of really great drivers that are throwing down really cool laps. Now, if you guys haven't mentioned this before, this track, this main track here, is not a drift track. You're going to get a couple core sections, and then you get massive straightaways. So you do have an opportunity to cool down, but it's not necessary that you need it quite yet. The car hasn't really done too much whomping and rallying to get to that point, but it is a lot of fun out here in South Carolina, and there we have JTP coming around, always looking smooth as ever. So he's been driving that car for a very, very long time. That is like home for him, right? So to see him out here and continuously show up for GRIDLIFE is an honor. So thank you so much to him and the Falcon team. Now, a lot of these drivers, like, I'm not familiar. I'm from the Northeast myself, and it's always kind of cool to come down here and see what the community has to offer, and it's dope. Like this paint, dude. I'm so sorry that I don't know your name. If you watch this after the fact, I apologize. If anybody knows who this driver is in the blue, was that S13, S15? Whoa! Okay, we love it. Put it on show.
How did he know the camera was on?
Dude, I don't know, but whoever's finding that FPV, we appreciate that. So as you guys can see here, so you can do a little manji if you want, really, or well, you could if you want to waste tire, but you go ahead, you flick, you nish, and then you're off to the running or the races or whatever.
And I love that on these sessions, because it's technically it's more of an exhibition. It's not an outright competition.
Right.
You can have riders with you. You know, and after that, we can see the passenger's hand come out the window, fist pumping like crazy.
That's actually a really solid tee-up, and we have, is that Roadrunner?
It's a Plymouth Satellite.
It's a Plymouth Satellite.
It's my favorite car out here by far. It is awesome. Looks to be like a 68 or 69.
If you've said it already, can you educate me a little bit more on this? What am I looking at? Because I've heard he's floating out there.
Yes, that's a B-body Mopar is what they're called. So it's similar to like the same as like a Dodge Charger was, same chassis, Roadrunner, Satellite, Plymouth GTX, all that, basically trim packages on the same car.
Okay.
But so that's just an old Mopar. It's two-door, but they've also made them in sedans as well.
How long is that wheelbase?
I mean, it is huge.
It's a boat.
It's Crown Vic long.
Yeah.
But it is awesome to see out there, and I mean, he's willing it.
He's drifting a limousine, all right? How many passengers he's got? 2, 3, 4? Speaking of which, we have Chelsea DeNova, as I mentioned, out here. He's out in the red E36 with the TI.
Yep.
And he has Snot in the passenger seat with him. So if you guys are here at the event this weekend and you're excited to see Snot perform, there he is, getting sideways. Oh, wait, no, is that him? Nope,
first
just
one
kidding.
was. Yep.
I misspoke. But anyways, if you're here and you're getting excited for tonight's performance, we can't wait to see all these artists out on stage, just having a great time with everybody after hours. There we go. We have them right here. That's a good view. Thank you guys so much. And I talked to Chelsea earlier.
You can't park there.
and he's really stoked on this season to just get back to what he believes drifting to be, which is just to have fun and drive the car and enjoy what you do. And it seems like he's really doing that this weekend. So I'm really happy for you, dude. And yeah.
Yeah, I was standing near turn 1 earlier, and I saw him just straight up throw a reverse entry into turn 1 in the TI. So hard to beat that.
Yeah, I mean, these cars, these chassis are really well set up. Between the BMW and the Fox body, like I said, he's very comfortable in these cars, and that's what makes these exhibitions so much fun to watch, is the comfort level and the party that's happening on track. So,
on the technical side of this stuff, Chris, we see these massively offset front wheels, and talk a little bit about that, because you have got to be able to turn those wheels darn near 90 degrees. Don't
Yeah,
you?
a lot of the track width you see is so they can get like proper angle to the cars, and then it also helps track width to give the front grip and let the rear slide. But contrary to popular belief, you actually want the rear extremely gripped up in these cars. So they actually run a really low tire pressure just to help grip up and let the tire bite.
I think that's stock angle. That looks like stock angle to me. It looks like he's almost full lock on that car. But hey, you know what? If you're a good driver, you can drift anything.
It's not like he's a Formula Drift champion or anything.
No, exactly. I mean, it's a shame if he were.
Yeah.
But yeah, so those cars are cool. You can actually do just like a real simple angle setup on them. You can do E46 control arms, and I think with E90 relocator bushings or something like that. You can buy like a little bushing relocator, and you just send it. Actually, that's what I still have on my E36. I drove that for 4 years, and I never bothered with a full angle kit. And a lot of these drivers will also tell you when you start to over-engineer these cars, that's when you run into problems. There's a lot of benefits, obviously, to angle kits and to giving your car the proper hardware, but you can do a lot with a stock setup. So.
Yeah, and at the grassroots level, it's all about the maximum amount of fun you can have for the least amount of money.
Yes, sir. And just getting seat time, too, Get your tires, get your trailer, or street drive it if you're a baller, and get out on the track, so.
I saw quite a few cars street drove here, so.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, it seems like this local area has a pretty good drifting scene, and a lot of BMWs out there, which is cool to see. A lot of S chassis as well. There's a V8, it's an S13 that's sitting in the concourse right now, little Mustang motor, and he's not drifting it, but could you only imagine?
That's rowdy.
It would be rowdy.
Well, one of the things too is obviously there's the joy of getting out there, but if you could team up with somebody and run together and do those tandem runs and be in lockstep, that's an art, isn't it? Oops. That's what you call push.
You're dancing. It's like figure skating. I mean, truly, it's like you and a partner, and then all of a sudden, the next time you go out, you got a different partner, and they're just sending him out there. Shout out to Nick Swan, who is running the line out here. If you know him, you love him, just guaranteed, and he has done a good job at coordinating all these drivers. We are oversold on tickets, and we are oversold on driver registration. So it's really nice that these drivers have had the opportunity to drive both full course when their session is up. And then you can also have fun back on the go-kart track, which is really tight, dude. That's where I was getting the ride-alongs, and it's like boom, 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 and then it's done.
Yeah, it looked pretty phenomenal out there.
Yeah, and the weather is phenomenal today as well, so thank you. We're over the wind, we're over the rain.
Yeah, that's going to make for an absolutely fabulous evening of music here. That's going to be special.
I'm excited. Yeah, we the gang and I here with the GRIDLIFE staff, we've been trying our best to conserve our energy since we've consolidated the music to just tonight, and so that's going to be something I'm definitely looking forward to. These drivers are out here getting absolutely rowdy, laying down tire on this track. Oh, that looks like a little close. All right.
That's yeah.
I've been enjoying seeing all the Corvettes that are out here.
I was about to say the rise of Corvettes the last couple of years and grassroots and also professional drifting is just.
I didn't see that coming. I don't know where I was, if I'm under a rock, if I'm just ignorant, but I was expecting just a lot more E46s, maybe E90 convert, I don't know. But the Vets seem to be a really good platform. I know the first one that I think of is Josiah. I mean, he's got the FDF Corvette.
Oh yeah, and then Matt Field had that C6, the Falcon Tire C6 for forever.
Yeah, so they're really getting after it, and I think that's cool. Can you explain to me a little bit about those cars and the setups, the wheelbases? Why do you think there's a technical aspect to why you think they're so good?
Well, so they're actually they're kind of rear heavy compared to a traditional S13, S14 because they've got a torque tube and a transaxle. So the transmission of those cars is actually in the rear. But the fact they're front engine, V8, plenty of torque, a lot of the S14s and all end up LS swapped anyway. Mm-hmm. It already comes LS swapped, so it's perfect.
So you got the pendulum weight in the rear that really gets to be thrown around. You got high levels of horsepower, and then you got self-steer to kind of account for the correction.
Yep, and then with the suspension geometry, you can run a massive tire in the rear on those things. So
Gotcha.
it's dual
Lots of
wishbone, both front and rear. So, I mean, factory, Corvettes, some of them come with 325 plus in the rear.
Dang. Okay. All right. So, all right. I'm excited to watch this guy just swing it around. If everyone is just in awe of this thing out here on track, and the fact that whoever's manning this piloting this car is just getting after it.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Look at the size. You guys were talking about the size of that. When he gets done, he doesn't park it; he docks it.
Yeah. Exactly. So that's cool. And again, if you guys are watching at home and you know this driver's name, please drop it in the comments. Give him some credit. Show him some love. I've never seen this. This is a first for me, for sure.
He's killing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Very cool.
And I got to imagine the grin is literally ear to ear inside that of that helmet. He's wheeling that old thing around like that. It's a thing of beauty.
Or he's like Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Well,
it's like one of the two,
One of the two.
He's just dialed in. This probably feels comfortable for him. This feels like any other, high-performing car out here. And,
All right, how about a shout-out to our Dream Stream team drone pilots?
Phenomenal job.
Look at this. Look what they are doing here. It is incredible.
Very unique perspective. Yeah, our whole production team comes with us to every GridLife Festival round, and we are thankful that they show up, that they collaborate with us, that they give us the opportunity to share these experiences with you guys. If you have a chance, please make sure that you go to GridLife, GridLife's website, and buy a ticket for whichever event is in your area. I promise you guys, they're worth traveling for. The vibes have been immaculate all weekend, and we are anticipating the same coming up for Midwest next month. You guys going to be there?
Maybe.
Greg, you showing up?
I will be there.
All right, good. That's my
I will
guy.
be there.
Greg is like, I was telling him earlier, Greg is like my production dad. I just try to squeeze as much information out of this man as I possibly can. You've been doing this for longer than I have. You've been doing this literally all over the world. If y'all don't know, Greg is like world renowned. Give him a Wikipedia. I just give Greg Creamer a Wikipedia right now.
We can make it right now.
You're going to be amazed. It's really cool.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Makes me nervous. You were talking about, all of these festival events are just off the hook. Gingerman, which is the Midwest Fest, is June 7th, 8th, and 9th. And that was sort of the first, the big daddy.
Yeah,
it's
OG.
the home track. And that is just an amazing event.
Yep.
So come on out for that. First time ever at Road America, July 26th, 27th, and 28th festival. And talk about room for stages at Road America. That's
gonna be
happening.
my first time there. I'm excited.
Oh, it is. I call it America's Nürburgring. It is such an amazing track. Lime Rock Park Circuit Legends Weekend is going to be another festival. And then we wrap it all up at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca with the big finale of the festival tour. So, come out and join us. It's September 27th, 28th, and 29th. And you will love it. Because we offer about everything. We offer top, touring car racing, GT racing, if you will. Now we have Formula and prototype racing.
Yep.
We have drift. We have NOS Energy track battle.
We're just growing, baby.
Yeah, and then music.
And we saw the drone shot earlier. Look at all the spectators just in the parking lot outside. I mean, it is massive. I've never seen an event here this huge.
Real quick, this R31 Skyline right here, I'm going to give a shout out. So he is from Australia. You're looking at Jason Farron from Keep It Re. He is literally here with his family. He's got 3 boys and his wife, Danny. They're all in the pits, and they're just out here having a good time. They're kind of on like a world tour. He's a homie of mine. I worked with him in the past, and he also participates in the LZ World Tour. So he's just been all over the world, and he's just taken that R31 Skyline that he imported from Australia. He's really comfortable in it. It's right-hand drive. The whole thing is set up really well, and he's got so much room for tires. Just imagine street driving that thing, So that's been cool. It's been cool to see him out here and just getting after it. So shout out to you, Jason. See you later.
Literally, is one of these sessions, is that it for the tires, or can you actually reuse these tires a little bit?
You're changing tires mid-session.
I was about to say, there's some of these drivers, they're changing tires in the pits.
Okay.
When I was out with Kelsey Rollins earlier, so she's got her Pro Spec car out here. I mean, that's a professional level car, and not for nothing, she's a hard driver. So she's not out here letting up at all. I think she was saying that she gets like 3/4 of a lap in, and then she's done. with this car. There's long sweepers, like I was saying before. This isn't a drift track. You know?
Right,
If anyone is watching FD at all ever, but the New Jersey track, for instance, right? So that's just like a figure 8. Super tight, super technical. You're in drift the whole time. Here, you're going to go from drift to either maybe you straighten out, maybe you manji, whatever. And there's just a lot of room to burn up tire. Same thing also with the go-kart track there. You're just like scrubbing a lot. So anyways, it's a lot of fun. And this car's so unique. He was saying that these cars were super cheap back in the day. He was, he drove these cars when he was younger or something like that. This wasn't his first car, but yeah.
And
cool.
I love the wagon too. Yeah. I'm all about unique
Dad
vehicles.
Wagon.
I'm all about unique vehicles, especially competing in grassroots motorsports.
For sure.
And it's awesome to see the variety out here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, we got a good spread. So give me a list. You're my technical guy. What is like the variety of cars that we have out here today?
Well, I mean, across even like GLTC, TrackBattle, everything. There was a CTSV competing in TrackBattle earlier. Of all the things. We have the satellite out drifting. We have someone's also competing in TrackBattle in a Mercedes GLA hatchback.
Oh, sick.
AMG. It's just the variety.
Dude, I'm having such a brain fart right now. He was at Watkins Glen last year, the black one.
Oh, Devin?
Yeah,
Devin from Fortunato. Shout out to Devin at Fortunato.
Devin, great guy. We did an interview with him, a little walk around with that car last year at Watkins Glen. And good dude, good driver.
And the new livery is sick.
Yeah, we love that. We have a lot of really new upgrades here as far as the looks and feels of these cars. And it's awesome to see the progression year over year. I mean, every time I get to talk to these drivers, whether it's after qualifying or whatever, the improvements that they implement before each season. I mean, everyone is out here not only competing against each other, but just like competing against their last season.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the track battle stuff. I mean, these guys are going for records. I was talking to Ben Lynn earlier, competing in street in his Evo, and he was just really gunning for that record.
What was the record?
I do not remember.
I
think
sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah, he was slightly short. But speaking of records, Alan Patton did get the street mod record earlier this morning in his Supra. So.
Oh, heck yeah. All right, very cool. Well, congratulations on that one. We love to see the wins here. It just makes you hungry to come back. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, it's a competitive course and a very competitive field. I believe TrackBattle sold out within 10 minutes of tickets going live. So
that's crazy. Man, that was like drift events like circa 2020. If you all were drifting in 2020, that was my personal favorite era of drifting, only because there were driver caps. So you sign up for an event, and granted, like you set an alarm on your phone, and you're like ready to go and register your car within 30 seconds of it going live, and then all of a sudden it's filled up within a minute and a half before you even check out. But you'd show up, and they would be like, yeah, 40 drivers, and then we're capping it because unfortunately COVID happened.
Yep.
And the seat time was just immaculate. That was great. It was a good time.
Yeah, I love the small niche days like that. It's like just going out.
It felt like a private day.
Yeah. It's like I remember I did a private day back here in September shaking down a new build, and there was like 7 cars on track.
Oh, dude, you get a moment where there's no one else out there, and you're like, yeah, this is my track now.
Yep.
I'm the captain. So where are you from?
I live in North Carolina.
Well, all right. We got a Southern boy.
Yeah, home track here.
Very cool. Awesome. Yep. So so this is your home track. I am from the Northeast. I'm from Connecticut. So shout out Lime Rock. That's going to be You could do some manjiing here if you want to just swing it around. But that is a good waste of tire. So
there is no waste.
It's all about having fun though. If you're out there and you're smiling, dude, who cares? Forget the rest. So, but yeah, so Circuit Legends is my home track, and I'm really excited for that. That's one of those festival rounds where we can't have music because of sound ordinances.
Yep, and that's one of the few weekends of the year. Lime Rock most of the time there's I believe it's an 86 decibel limit to where most weekends but they have very few unmuffled weekends, and that is one of them.
Yep, exactly. So that's why they allowed drifting, which was historic. I mean, it was kind of like Laguna Seca last year. Lime Rock Park is another really historic track on the other coast. So the fact that Lime Rock let drifting happen with GRIDLIFE, and not only that, but Dickie Cullen, I believe he's the president. Please, I hope I got that right. But he's the president of Lime Rock, and the stoke level on that, man, was so cool. And just to be able to spread that element of motorsports into their world was very special. So.
Yeah, he's been a revelation when he took that over. And what's exciting for me is after the first one, everybody said, Creamer, you would love this because it's the Legends part. I've seen so many cars, and I had conflicts. Both of the first years I couldn't go. This year I'm there.
Oh, I'm so
excited. And it's also, like 3 miles away is the home of speaking of Legends, Samposi, one of America's greatest race drivers, lives right there.
Real quick on that, Samposi, he got into the race car with Michael Essa on that first year, and I'll never forget, I had a moment of emotion because these two gentlemen who are just generations apart were having this shared experience, and he had this wealth of knowledge that he seemed to be bestowing on FD champion Michael Essa, but nonetheless, so it was just, there are so many special moments that happen here at GridLife, and I want to thank you all for tuning in. I want to thank you guys for including me in this level of announcing. I'm going to probably hop back out there. You'll see me on camera.
All right.
We are going to close out this drift session.
Thank you so much for coming in and helping us. We appreciate it, and yeah, go have some fun.
I'm going to go have some fun.
You do that.
All right, cool, guys. Well, catch us on the next section. Greg, I'm going to pass this off to you and let you take back your show. It was great to announce with you.
Yeah, good to meet you.
All right.
All right, Cerise Taylor, absolutely superb, doing a great job as always. Yeah, at this point now, we're having what's called a track reset, but because we are a little bit behind on schedule because of that longer rush race, it's going to be a brief one. So before we get ready for what is going to be an absolutely enthralling competition, the NOS Energy Drink Track Battle Podium Sprint, we're going to take a quick break. Once again, say thank you to some of our partners and maybe even hear a little bit more from Cerise. Let's find out.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with Chicago native and GridLife vet Jackie Ding. We are here in front of your beautiful BMW. Now, this is your second year with this platform, and not only that, but if you don't know, Jackie Ding is at the forefront of developing these cars for track purposes. You've done very well. You're super obviously performed very well in track battle, and you're looking to do the same with this one. So how are you feeling about this car and the platform for this year?
It's been really good. I see, as the season started, we kind of added a lot of upgrades over the winter. Car makes about 200 more than factory horsepower compared to, which is pretty crazy, just with a downpipe and a tune and race fuel. It's really reliable. It's been great. It drives great. We're looking to add a little more grip to it, and that's kind of the big struggle, I think, for everybody this weekend. It was just the surface is really slippery. There's a couple oil down, so you're just trying to find that grip, trying to find that traction. So we're getting really good. There's a couple customer cars, customer M2s that look almost very identical, very similar, and they get
it confused me.
It confused a lot of people, like the other owners are getting pissed off, saying, why is everybody coming up to me saying I'm Jackie Ding? I'm not Jackie Ding. I'm Jackie Ding. Anyway,
The one and the only. Now, what are your goals for this car before the end of the season is done? This is obviously your first event with GridLife, anyways. This year, have you driven it so far before this?
Yes, we went to Coda with a super lap battle where there was a GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. We're doing global time attack with this car. So yeah, this season we'll see a lot of development going on with the M2. Probably about near to the end of the season, we'll have an updated aero package, something a little bit more downforcey, a little bit more track oriented. This is more like a street track hybrid spec going on right now. So yeah, this is the sort of spec you can just buy and drive home and go to a racetrack and have fun and go home still and drive, deal with Chicago potholes. So yeah, no, that's the goal. Try to develop this thing a little bit more.
So if anybody either is looking to buy an M2, has an M2, and they want to get on the track, what would you say is the first or second thing that they should do in order to improve the performance?
We offer a lot of parts for these, such as brake pads, such as wheels and tire setup. But I think the best thing you could do with these cars, just go and drive it. Just go and drive it. These cars are so good out of the box. I mean, there are cars that are basically bone stock out there right now. It's really, really good out of the box, so you don't need a lot of things. But if you do, find us at PhD Racing.
I was just about to say, let people know where they can go, look them up on the internet, check out the parts that they have to offer, and for now, root on Jackie. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Best of luck.
Owning a car can be expensive. It can also be confusing. What? And when things don't go right, there's no doubt it could be frustrating. But it can also be a lot of fun. And for those reasons, FC Puro exists. Check this out. Do you and your car a favor and head over to fcpro.com to learn more.
From the moment it leaves the factory, critical parts of your engine are building up deposits. And at Valvoline, preventing these damaging deposits isn't enough. We've revolutionized a way to reverse them. Introducing Valvoline Restore and Protect. The first and only motor oil that returns pistons to factory clean by removing up to 100% of deposits with continuous use. Restore your engine to perform like new. With Restore and Protect, another first from Valvoline.
energized yet today? Time to NOS up. Get after it.
The Falcon Azenas RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falcon Azenas RT660.
All right, folks, I am here with Brandon Hodge. Brandon Hodge raced here last year, and you took home the win for Street GT, but now you're here with the same car, but you're doing track battle, and everything is different. What have you done to the car, and what are you expecting for this weekend?
Yeah, you know, I started out a few years ago, met up with Jackie and PhD, and came out in Street GT, which is kind of a car with no aero, mechanical grip, you know, limitations, stock turbos. Had a good season, thought it would be a little better. Started with a win last year, it was great. Full mechanical grip, let's learn, let's understand the car. And this year I was like, you know what? I think I kind of understand this. Let's just throw all that out the window and build a new car. So track mod is more power, new turbo, aero, got the car, and it is a whole different beast. So 200 more horsepower than I had before. I lightened the tires up, and really now it's about driver mod because the car is super competent, super capable. But man, these guys are fast, and it's a lot of fun. So I was like, hey, let's play with the big dogs and see what happens.
That's awesome, and obviously this is your first event of the season with this car. You haven't gotten many laps. How much experience do you have behind the wheel with everything that's changed?
So yeah, you go into the winter like this is all going to get done, we're going to be ready to go, and then suddenly it's 2 weeks before the event. Yep. I came in yesterday, ASM had a track day. It was rain on and off all day. I had 4 laps yesterday, made some suspension changes overnight, still trying to figure it out. So I've got a total of about 10 laps on the car. So this weekend is really, let's just see what happens and let's have fun, and that's what GRIDLIFE's about. So come out and have a good time.
Never stop playing, and you're obviously a capable driver. So we're hoping that you're able to translate those skills to everything that you've changed on this car, and we're wishing you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Appreciate it.
Bye now.
Welcome back to Carolina Motorsports Park. It is time for our NOS Energy Drink Track Battle Podium Sprint here. The first round of NOS Energy Track Battle Time Attack here with GRIDLIFE at Carolina Motorsports Park, just outside of Kershaw, South Carolina. And here's a quick look at the track. It is a challenging place, and we are underway. Our first competitors are out, and this is Track Battle, and this is Sunday Cup competition here that these drivers are going to be dealing with, and they are under the green, and it's the top 5 from each of the categories that are part and parcel of the NOS Energy Track Battle Time Attack field. And this is one of our 2 sort of Falcon Tire spec classes, Sunday Cup, all running on Falcon tires. And this is probably the best bang for your buck class in NOS Energy Drink Track Battle Championship. These are essentially what you would call a B-spec car, and relatively inexpensive and huge fun.
Yeah, not to mention just how close the competition is in Sunday Cup. I mean, we sometimes see results divided by hundredths of a second. So it's also a power to weight class similar to GRIDLIFE, but instead of 12.5 to 1, it's a 16 to 1 base, I believe, maybe 18 to 1. But the cars are super close together, and it's fantastic to watch.
It is, and we have 4 Honda Fits and a Mini Cooper that have made the transfer into Podium Sprint. And what happens, everybody gets 2 laps, although in Sunday Cup, they allow you to just go out. I think everybody leaves at the same time, and at the end of the day of that session, they just determine at that point, okay, fastest time wins the class. When we get into the others like Club TR, Street GT, Street Mod, it's a car will go out and they'll start their run, another car will come out. So you can have 2, maybe even 3 cars circulating, but all spaced out, but each car gets only 2 laps to be able to put their time in. And this is Sam Dooling, and he was the guy who came out, ended up 5th in that session. Look at the size of the crowd here. Look at that parking lot back there. I'll tell you what, this South Carolina Fest is pretty impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been a hit last year, and I was glad GridLife decided to come back this year.
Yeah, everybody seems to be loving it, and this new podium sprint format, I think, has sort of revolutionized how you look at time attack racing, because it really makes it in a presentable, viewer-related fashion where you can really enjoy it here. There is the number 91. That's Chris Rice, and Chris was the fourth quickest car in the Sunday Cup category.
Yeah, going back to this format, it also puts so much pressure on the driver. You have 2 laps to go and execute. You know, the track might have been good in the morning, the air was cool, and then now it's hot and greasy. But, you know, this is what matters. What you did earlier today, cool, that sets your run order, but this is what matters for your position. So if you finish first during the day, had the fastest time of the weekend, but you don't go out and execute today, you know, tough luck.
That's it. And the other thing that's important to point out, which we really haven't here, is that it doesn't matter. There's practices. There's there's 2 practices, 3 qualifying sessions, and then, of course, the podium sprint. If you set a record time in any of those sessions, you get the record.
Yep.
Now, you don't get the weekend win if you don't make it into podium sprint, but you get the record. And, you know, that's the 2 components now of this new podium sprint. Track records, and then the podium sprint competition for the top 3 spots.
And importantly, you get that extra point for having the track record.
Yeah,
so that's an extra point for the weekend.
Yep, and that all comes down to a season championship. And this, we already had a round of the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup at Circuit of the Americas a few weeks back, but this is the opening round now of the NOS Energy Track Battle Time Attack Championship. And Dueling right now has the margin to beat here at that 157.771. What can Chris Rice do here as he's working around? And these Honda Fits, they really, really are solid here. But you can tell it's very, very stock, these cars. And you can see that when you get a curb, how much the car pogos.
Yeah, he did a really nice job trailbreaking into 11, trying to get the rear to rotate there. You know, with the front-wheel drive bias car, it's sometimes a little hard to get him to rotate. I noticed Dueling on his first lap. The car pushed real bad into the entry of 1. So it was real nice seeing him trailbreak there and try to get the rear around.
Well, that's how you can do it, right? Because when you're braking, the weight goes onto the nose of the car, and that can pin the fronts and make it a little bit more pointy, can it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. You just have to be very careful to not overload the front tires with the brake action at the same time and lock one up.
All right, he picks up the green, so he is starting his first of 2 flyers now, is Rice. And look at that, a 158.6. So that was actually his first flying lap. So 158.6, he's 9/10 off of Dueling's time, and on his first flyer. And it's kind of interesting, isn't it, how you have to play this strategy out getting 2 laps. Do you go out super hard in your first lap, but if you make a mistake or have an issue, you know, okay, I've got another one to go? Or do you just go out, put in like a little bit of a softer banker lap, and then go out and really hammer one and see how that plays out? Here's the 130, I think. Is that, yep, James Smith. That's a car we've seen a lot of, the Acuity-sponsored entry, that Honda Fit, and he was the 3rd of the 3 drivers, and so he is now on his out lap, and we'll continue to watch what Rice does.
Yeah, with how close the competition is in track battle, I think you just have to go out immediately and just lay down as best lap you can. If you make a mistake, just reset and try to go out again, because, I mean, we see results consistently divided by 10ths.
No, it's really close here, and that's what makes it exciting. I was just wondering about, you know, when you get into some of the heavier, higher horsepower cars, you know, do you risk, if you push super hard in that first lap, having the tires go off a little bit before the second lap? I would think that they'll probably you could get 2 laps out of.
Oh yeah, for sure. We see a lot of the competitors, especially in like street mod, track mod, running like a Yokohama AO52, which is, you know, very sensitive to heat. So I mean, you can definitely overheat them on that first lap. But you know, if you make a noticeable mistake, I mean, back off, reset. You know, you have enough track to where you can cool the tires back down.
Let's see his approach here to this really tough turn 11 in a front-wheel drive car, and that looked pretty smooth.
Yeah, and he picked up the inside wheel on turning there as well. Very nice.
So yeah, that means getting some good bite. There it is.
Oh, look at there.
Yeah. And the whole thing, and we've said this for a long time, and you're the mechanical engineer, so you can you can bear this out. That really everything about a fast lap in a race car, it's all physics. It's a lesson in applied physics, getting the weight where you need it on the car, whatever corner of the car, side of the car, whatever you need here. All right, here we go. And look at that time Rice put up at a 1:57.7. So he jumps to the top here.
Yeah, like we mentioned earlier, 600 separating second and third currently.
Yeah, look at this now. Smith, that was his first flyer, and he's already at a 1:56.8. And here comes the 156. It's kind of funny. The 156. This is the Mini Cooper of Mike Jansen. So I'm not sure, did Ryan Maharchi have a little bit of a problem here?
I'm not sure. I've not seen him out yet.
No, I know have I. So we'll see what's going to play out. But right now, Smith, that 156.8. That is a pretty solid lap, 9/10 clear of everybody. And here we go, the Mini Cooper getting the green, starting his run. And he was the fastest of the drivers in this top 5 in that Cooper.
Yeah, definitely the one to watch this session.
See what he does on these laps. And I love this format because now we can really focus on the car and, as you said, watch and see, oh, that was a super job in 11, or he had a little mistake here and there, and it really makes this compelling stuff here. Using a little bit of curb there, but that's okay.
Yeah, you really have to use the curb on entry to help shortcut that. Otherwise, you're turning in way late and you're having to scrub way too much speed with the front tires.
All right, now it's just sort of balancing it on the tightrope all the way through that carousel section. And then this long run down into turn 8. Is there much braking going on in these Sunday Cup cars here at 8?
Yeah, still, because it's, they're still realistically going, 60, 70 miles an hour. So, I mean, it's still a, decently fast corner. They're probably doing 110 down the straight.
All right.
Unfortunately, earlier in the weekend, we actually saw a Honda Fit have an issue over that curb and end up, not well. But, so it's definitely, a big risk reward with the top heavy cars over the curbs.
Yeah, you got to get after it. But, there's always, they call it the limit for a reason, don't they? You exceed the limit, things happen here. It's Smith, though, in the Acuity Fit at a 156.8. And he just improves it to a 156.5. So he's found a couple more tenths here and has himself a nice margin. So now we get to find out if Mike Jansen here is going to be able to duck underneath that on his first flyer. Here he comes into turn 14. So critical to get this one right. And there's so many corners like this here where you've got to, have good exit speed, and you got to have roll speed because it leads onto a long straight. And let's see what he puts up for a time here. Comes across the line and second right now. That was a great lap by Smith. I mean, he is he's off by half a second.
Yeah, Jansen's got to try to find that half second here, and it's not an easy place to do it either. I mean, you really have to, get a tenth here, a tenth there. And here comes Kevin Vu out in Club TR with the right-hand drive Integra Type R.
Yeah, look at that here. And again, this is now Club TR, the other of the two Falcon tire classes where everybody runs on the Falcon tires here. And so it's going to be, he's starting for Club TR. And in that Integra, we've got, again, top 5 in each of the classes. And in Club TR, the fastest guy was Mario Marone, Evan McLaren, and James Houghton. That name sounds familiar, from GLTC. He's been right in the mix here and, in fact, set the fastest time in that last session. That puts him up on top of the queue here. But the interesting thing now is going to be what Jansen does in that number 156. So as Kevin Vu is starting to build speed to come up and grab the green flag. And Smith is still holding the top, but Jansen now is going to be coming around and completing that flyer. And we'll see what is going to happen here in that category. Does he go to the top? Oh, he did take the green on this. Okay, so he is now on his first flyer, but the question is for Jansen in that Sunday Cup, what is going to unfold here? And again, through that turn 10, using a little bit of curb. And here comes the green. Here he comes. Yep. What happens with Jansen?
Oh,
200ths.
So close.
Oh, heartbreaking. But that goes back to what we were talking about. Sunday Cup, 200ths separating first and second.
Absolutely unbelievable. And for James Smith, who was right in the middle of the top 5, comes home with the win in Sunday Cup. But again, at 2/10, I mean, exactly 2/10. That's incredible.
Yeah, and I mean, that shows the podium sprint format. You know, James Smith might have had just a bobble or something in the fast session of the day, wasn't able to put it down. But then when it counts in the podium sprint, he comes and executes.
Yeah, and I mean, he laid down a fabulous lap here. Now, we can focus on View. He puts in his first lap at a 1:47.679 as the number 13 of Jeremy Bailey heads out in an absolutely beautiful Scion FRS.
Yeah, and this is actually the only rear-wheel drive car that made the podium sprint in Club TR, so it'll be interesting to see how it balances out against the front-wheel drive stuff, especially as the track keeps getting hotter.
And usually the hotter a track gets, the more the rear-wheel drive tends to be strong because you can use up those fronts so fast, but this is just 2 laps.
Yeah, exactly.
So it really makes it an interesting little mix here.
And then these are both still spec Falcon classes. They both run the Falcon RT660.
So there's no particular tire advantage for anybody unless, other than maybe a pressure difference that, actually works a little bit better. But here comes View now, and again, just nicks that curb in turn 10. And then it all comes down to this braking zone. It's so tricky here into the very tight turn 11. That looks pretty tighty.
Yeah, and I love the right-hand drive car, especially, with a clockwise track like most road circuits are. The right-hand drive actually gives a better weight distribution as it puts the weight on the inside. So that's definitely an advantage there for Kevin Vu.
Yeah, it's a solid idea, obviously, for obviously for TrackBattle, but I've seen a lot of right drive cars are used even in solo when a lot of the tracks tend to be the clockwise tracks, and it makes a big difference. All right, here he comes to the line. Let's see what his second lap is. Does he better his 1:47.679? Boy, does he. A 1:46.8.
Great lap from Vu there. A little left rear lockup. But, CMP, the timing marker is actually a little, further than you think. So the key is, on your fast lap, you blow turn 1. So you don't worry about making the brakes on turn 1. You just keep your foot in it past start-finish line. Because that's most people's brake marker. But so usually they're lifting up for them. So the key is blow, start-finish, and bank that lap. So nice job by Vu there knowing that.
So what you're saying is it's the old adage, wait till you see the whites of their eyes, then brake.
Yep. So with how far the timing standard is forward, I mean, you really just have to blow turn 1.
All right, Bailey's first lap here in this number 13, the Scion, a 1:48.0. He's got a bit to find.
Yeah, he got a little loose out of turn 1 there, getting back onto power. So I wonder if his tires are just getting hot.
That could be. And, some cars, they fire up a little quicker than others in terms of the tire temperatures. And, it's the temperature of the tire that drives the pressure of the tire. And the pressure is set to work at its best with the suspension setup. Sometimes it just takes a lap to get it there. So now we'll see what Bailey is going to be able to do here. Here's that long run heading down into that very quick turn 8.
Yeah, this is a super aero-dependent corner, so we'll see what he's able to do.
Boy, he eats a lot of curb there.
A lot of curb. Looked to be a little early on his turn in there, so I'll be interested to see how that affects his run down the straight.
And then through that turn 9, which really is, you don't even notice it, it's just a little bend, but here's 10. Tricky spot. Again, he just nicks that curb too. So everybody generally being pretty respectful of that curb, which I think is a real good plan.
Yeah, it's very common to hop that curb, go 2 wheels in the air, and load the left sides. But if you take too much curb, it can actually, lighten the left sides as well, and you'll see people running off there often.
All right, here through this, I just love this sequence, this 12 and 13. It might be the definitive increasing radius corner.
Open the wheel and power on.
Yeah, exactly. Now into 14, he needs to find a chunk about 1.3 seconds.
Running a little wide over the exit curbs there. It's rough to put power down on those, especially in a rear-wheel drive vehicle with how choppy they are.
That's a really good point. He's giving it his all clearly, but is it enough? It is! Wow, a 1:46.2. Better's fused lap by full 0.6 of a second. Bailey dug deep and it happened.
Great job to pick 1.8 seconds up over his first lap. So really dug deep. I mean, you saw he was pushing the car, fighting it to its limits. So great job by Bailey there.
Yeah, for everything he had. Now here's the 727 of Mario Moroni, and the top three in this category. Moroni here in the Acuity Civic, the 514 of Evan McLaren in the Integra, and James Houghton in the CSX. Virtually every qualifying session, a different one of them was at the top. And so this last three should be fascinating, and we'll see now. Moroni on his first flyer goes a 1:45.0, so that's 1.2 seconds up. It just tells you that level of those top three.
Yeah, absolutely knocked that first lap out of the park. Having to hear him just chop the throttle there to try to keep the nose from pushing the carousel. You know, if you get a little greedy and want to try to turn it in early into 6 and 7, I mean, the nose will fight you.
It tells you, doesn't it? Yep. You start scrubbing and sliding, and that gives you a pretty good bit of knowledge here. Here's the 514, the Integra, in the hands of Evan McLaren, and he was the second quickest qualifier in terms of the combined. And again, it's all three of the NOS Energy Drink Track Battle Time Attack qualifying sessions, and it's the best time out of those three that is used to create this this top five going into Podium sprint here. And McLaren was really quick as well, but all of these top three are very equal here. I mean, the margins were minuscule, so this is going to be great to see how this plays out. This is looking pretty smooth by him right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty dialed in. He took a lot of curb on the entry to 11. Maybe a little excessive, but it definitely helps load the right sides up to get through that very slow corner.
And sometimes you'll use the curves to help you rotate, won't you?
Absolutely, yeah. It loads the right sides up and just, it turns fantastic.
What does he do? He had a 45.0, 44.1.
Better's it by 9/10. Fantastic job by Moroni there.
That was spectacular, and it just looked a little bit more settled. So even with the track temps we're seeing, it's kind of looking like it's the second lap when the tires really hit their sweet spots.
Everyone has been better on their second lap so far. Yeah. So I'll be interested to see what McLaren can do here on his first lap. A little bit of dirt through 14 there. Probably, took a little much curb, but hey, I mean, whatever works.
Yep. Didn't look like it unsettled the car very much.
No, and on these front-wheel drive cars, a lot of times the rear's so stiff, you see him bounce around a lot. As that's a 45.4 on the first lap, so he's got to find over 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, and that's a big chunk. But we've seen guys have found 1.7.
Absolutely,
right?
Yeah.
So it's not out of the realm of possibility, and let's watch him here now. This is to me, this is one of those sections that if you get it right, it's great, but it's so easy to lose time in this section.
Yeah, absolutely. It's real easy to just not focus on hitting your markers, turn in early. The curb on the entry to 14 is critical to, maximizing speed, but if you turn in early and hit the actual entry to the curb, it's a sharp increase in the bump, and so it'll just shift the car out right and put you in a bad spot for entry and carousel.
All right, here's the chute right through the forest down into turn 8.
Very nice job through turn 8. A little bit of curb and just right on down the straight.
Yeah, just a nick of it. That's probably how you want to drive it. Now, here we go into turn 10. So fast, and as these classes get quicker and quicker, and again, just using that edge of the curb. Now let's see, 11, so important here. Not shabby at all. Didn't sound like he had to wait too long to be able to get back to the throttle, and that's the thing. If you turn in early, sometimes you got to wait to go to throttle, and that's the old fast in, slow out scenario.
Yeah, and he's definitely using the front-wheel drive to his advantage to just pull him right through turn 11 and get right back onto power.
Yeah. All right, let's see now what he's going to be able to do on his second lap. Checker flag flies. Coming to the line. He's got a big chunk he needs to find. What does he do? Can he better a 144.1? Yes. He goes a 43.6, Chris. Boy, talk about finding it on your second lap.
Almost 2-second improvement from McLaren there. Fantastic job on that second lap. It really seems like these Falcons are really liking the second lap. We saw the same thing in Sunday Cup and now Club TR. I mean, people are killing it on their second lap. Yeah. So we'll see what Houghton does. He's coming through 12 right now. So about to finish his first flyer.
This is that. Yeah, there it is, the 330. And he's got.
He looks like he's. Is this his first flyer? It looks like he's gearing up to make a good run out of 14.
Run. Yeah, that's what I thought too.
So I wonder if he made a mistake on his first lap and
maybe he did. Yeah, because it looked like he was really setting up to start.
He must have aborted his first lap because that was a 54.7.
Yeah.
So he really focused on just getting a fast run out of 14, and he's going for it now.
This is it. This is key.
It's make or break time now for Houghton.
JZ Motorsport along the side of that car. Oh, he's got a motor problem.
Oh, no. It sounds like the car's breaking up. That's not good news for Houghton. I think he's going to have to abort this lap.
Yep, that is a nasty high-speed miss. Oh, that's going to just, this is one of the hard luck guys, whether it's in Touring Cup or here, that he's so quick. And then he just deals with, he told me once we were talking, and he said, Greg, racing has turned me into a broken man.
Mm-hmm. I've had similar experiences, especially at Carolina Motorsports Park.
Yeah.
I've not had the best of luck here mechanically,
but it's an addiction, and you want to do it so bad, and then you have that tough luck stuff, and sometimes you just literally get crushed.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a shame.
Yeah, but that's another factor of the Podium Sprint Championship format. Houghton killed it throughout the day, but had a car issue at the end, and unfortunately, wasn't able to do it. So instead of finishing first like he did in the actual time, he'll finish 5th.
Yeah, and in that last qualifying session in Club TR, he had the fastest time. So this is going to be doubly painful for that reason. I don't know if that time was a track record here, but nonetheless, the guy can wheel it. He just sometimes has such tough luck. So coming up now is going to be street, and this is lots of power in the cars. As here comes the checkered flag out here, but for Houghton, it's just going to be a frustration moment.
Yeah, it sounds poor. I really hate that round. He did improve, though. He did improve to a 52, but he was really just nursing that. I'm sure that was a painful lap for Houghton.
Oh, no question. No question.
Great job, though, by Evan McLaren. That was a fantastic lap, great improvement, and he takes home the win in Club TR.
That was a huge find in time.
Yeah.
That was a superb goal. So now we move into the street category, and these are, as the name implies, street-based cars, but now we're starting to get some horsepower behind the wheels too.
Yeah, and interesting enough, every car that made the shootout in street, they're all-wheel drive 4-cylinder turbo. It's basically rally cars. You have 3 Imprezas and 2 Evos.
Yeah, it's impressive, and this is going to be the 310 of Mike Coons, and good-looking car here, and we'll watch his run. And I love it. Yeah, rally cars, all-wheel drive. And you have to drive an all-wheel car a bit differently just because of, we talk about the physics, and when you've got all 4 wheels driving, that changes that dynamic up.
Yeah, it affects the handling balance of the car in an interesting way, whether it's on or off power. In a traditional rear-wheel drive, front-wheel drive car, one axle is always steady state, 0 drive. But, when you introduce the torque steer with a rear drive, that's a wild combination. But as we see, they're very competitive.
Yeah, clearly. They get the job done. And, you got all 4 wheels driving. A little wide there. You get all 4 wheels driving. In theory, that's going to help you out. And, if it was wet out, we had one, it was at the Glen last year, where we did have a wet race, or a wet podium sprint. And all-wheel drive cars in whatever class just destroyed everybody, obviously. A little bit different, though, in the dry. And let's see what he's going to be able to do. Is Mike coming around here and going to be... He's already set his first lap. It's a 46.1. And now let's see what he's going to be able to do as he picks up the checkered flag.
Oh, improves to a 43.8. Nice lap there by Coons.
Yeah, great pickup once again. A little bit off, though, of our fastest Club TR time. Let's see what the 650. Tim White. There he is in his white Impreza. Of course it is.
Yep, I love it.
That makes sense.
Just classic white Impreza with gold wheels. It's hard to beat.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. And there's for one, the sound that these cars make when they are hard into that turbo.
It's very unique.
It is. It is. And you hear it and you go, yeah, that's fast.
White's going to have to find a half second here, though.
Yeah.
It says hair off Coons.
Up through 2.
Took a lot of curb through 2, but it stuck.
Yeah, it sure did.
Looks like he missed a little bit of.
lifted there.
He missed the curb in 3, and the car didn't rotate very well, so he had to lift up on those curbs.
Oh, that will frustrate you, because that little lift right there. And folks, you know, we're talking about gaps between what, tenths and hundredths.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
That little lift, that can be half a second.
Well, especially on corner exit, you know, that'll influence that entire next straight, and the run for 3 or 4 isn't insignificant. You know?
No, it's not. You're right.
And we see Ben Lynn come out and run a 148 in his first lap, so he's going to have to improve big time. Ben's had several issues this weekend, though. I've talked to him, and he's not had the best weekend, but he ran very well in the day overall. I mean, he finished 3rd in the actual standings, but he's blown off boost couplers and just had overall issues with his Evo. So hopefully he gets it together for the second lap.
Needs to find a bit here in that number 104 as we continue to watch Tim White and see what kind of time he's going to be. He didn't have to find a lot. About a half a second will get him there.
That was a fantastic job through 11. They're using the curve on corner exit just to put the power down.
Yeah, that looked really, really solid here. Now through 12 and then just feeding the power in an increasing radius corner like that. I mean, these cars, I would think, just love that because you can just, all 4 wheels dig it.
Yeah, and you could see the amount of slip angle the front tires had in them just as he was trying to power out of the corner. You know, it was all, there's Ben Lynn. That's unfortunate to see. I was talking to him earlier, and he did have some issues with braking consistency. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but that looked like he was off the end of the corner.
What a lap by White! A 1:43.6 goes not only to the top of his class, but to the top overall of everybody that's been out right now. We said he had to find half a second. He blew that out of the water.
Yeah, he managed to get Coons by 2/10 there. Fantastic lap by White.
That was spectacular. But we still have the 777 of Josh Halka, who was the second fastest guy combined, in the 63 of Luca Barberis and that Lancer.
Yeah, Ben Lynn will not complete his second lap. I hate to see that for him, but you know, that's part of the podium sprint format, you know.
Sometimes the sport can be a little cruel.
And then here's the 63 of Luca Barberis. He had a fantastic lap in the session during today. He ran a 138 in street, which I believe is the track record.
That is incredibly quick. Well, and that's a key point. And we've talked about it in that championship here.
Yeah, he definitely knows what he's doing around here. He's hopefully puts together a fantastic lap here. The livery looks phenomenal as well.
Good looking car. I have not seen Halka come out here in that 777. And Luca was the quickest, so Halka may have some sort of an issue, not able to, I don't see any time coming up for him. So this is all down to Luca. And it's got to get underneath a 143.609.
Yeah, and Luca's also on the Falcon RT 660. So, like we saw in Club TR and Sunday Cup, his second lap might be key.
Just love watching the pace that they carry down through turn 8 here. And now turn 10, and these cars are starting to really carry some roll speed here.
Yeah, I mean, these are very, very fast cars. I mean, it's a street class, but I mean, they still have significant modifications. They're doing over 130 miles an hour into the kink on the most part.
Boy, that was pretty. Just rode up on that curve, got to that top part where it wasn't too rough, and just let it fly around that corner, and now unwind it.
He's getting after it for sure. We'll see what he's able to do this first lap.
The interesting thing to me is, he's the last guy in this class. If you get it, certainly you got a crew on the radio that's telling you. If you get it on the first lap, do you do the second lap just for fun?
Well, I mean, a lot of these people don't have crew on the radio, especially for street or something like that. A lot of these cars don't have radios. But there he does it by 4 seconds.
Wow, a 39.24.
And he's still getting after it. He's going to give us another show.
I love it. I love it. Meanwhile, coming out Street GT in the Mustang. That's a Mustang GTR?
No, Nissan GTR.
Nissan GTR, I mean. Sorry about that. The number 2 of Conor Gallagher. And look, these Nissan GTRs, they're high-performance stuff.
They're pretty trick, compared to the Evo we just saw. That's also all-wheel drive, but it's a front-wheel drive bias all-wheel drive, so it feeds power to the back. These GTRs work in a different way. They're rear-wheel drive bias, and they feed power to the front as needed, so the handling balance is completely different.
Just listen to that turbo.
Oh, yeah.
Just building tremendous speed. I mean, these cars, you know, I used to race, you know, I think it was Super GT in Japan.
Yep.
I mean, just absolutely spectacular performance in these cars. And the street versions of it.
They're
pretty
rocket
impressive.
ships.
Oh, yeah. So fast.
And I mean, that's a lot of power for Street GT too. I mean, that's, you know, 600 plus horsepower, you know, compared to other Street GT cars. You know, there's some in the field that are making, you know, 400.
Right. But obviously these things, because one, the all-wheel drive layout, more weight, and then just a little bit by rule running a little bit heavier. But man, you know, nothing like having an extra couple hundred horsepower.
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, time attack, it's turning into a horsepower war. You know, you have to make the corners, but, you know, straight speeds are really where a lot of the time is nowadays, between that and aero.
Barbera, by the way, just for fun, taking another 2/10 off and going to 139 flat. So Luca Barbera's
look at that
putting an
fist out the window.
exclamation point on there. That was beautiful.
Great job, Luca. That is P1 in street.
Yeah, super job. Now, focusing on what Conor Gallagher does here. Boy, and that thing moves.
A nice rotation at the 14, too.
Yeah.
That was good, getting a good run out and focusing on the straight ahead.
Yeah, let's see, what does he put up for the first time?
That's his second time, actually, now.
Oh, it's going to be his second time, isn't it? Yep.
43.9.
All right.
Nice lap for the start of Street GT.
Not too bad at all.
And here's Ryan Matthews in the Street GT C6 Z06. He's actually a normal competitor in Street Mod. He normally races a C5 Z06, but unfortunately he had an issue at COTA with his engine. So unfortunately he's now driving this car, which is fairly stock, except for tires and suspension.
Okay. So still, well, that's doubly impressive that he made it into the top 5.
Yeah, he had a healthy time earlier, so we'll see what he's able to do.
So, again, Coons at a 43.8. That tells you how good that lap was by Barberas.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that's mega.
Yeah. Just a stunner that he threw in here.
Even his podium sprint time in the heat of the day is still faster than any other street time from the weekend.
Yeah, that's just incredible here. Yeah, he found it when he needed it, didn't he? That's awesome stuff. Let's see what Ryan Matthews can do here. You know, you say what you will, but it's tough to find a prettier looking sports car than a Corvette.
It's hard to beat, especially the C6. You know, with the wide fenders and all, I mean, they're hard to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Conor Gallagher now continuing. He's got to find a significant chunk here.
I believe this is his in-lap, actually.
Oh, is it his in-lap now?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's not driving like it is.
No, I was going to say, he's certainly giving it some welly here. Well. All right.
That's his third time lap that I saw, but hey, whatever. He does improve, though, to a 42.0.
Yep. All right. So now, what can Ryan Matthews do? And we're about to find out. 2 corners, now 1 corner to go for his first flyer here.
Some big Yokohamas on that Corvette.
Yeah, those are meats, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Those are huge.
And out of 14 to the line.
His windshield wipers are on. Little bump there of those.
That's frustrating sometimes. Let's see, what does he put up for a time?
42.06.
Yeah.
Has to find a little bit of time here. But Ryan's a veteran of motorsport. You know, he's actually raced in NASCAR, and he's a veteran all around. So I have faith he can put it together here.
Now, 42.06, to give you a perspective, it's only 4 100ths off of Gallagher's time.
Yep.
So he didn't have to find a lot, but I think he's got to find a lot if he wants to stay up there with the likes of Drew Vosk and Christian Arana and, of course, Andy Vogel coming out here, who all of them are very, very quick. So we'll see what happens. That's a long run. You literally right through the forest here.
Using all 7 liters of that LS7.
Just letting that thing fly. And this should be the 256 Drew Vosk in the GR Supra.
Yeah, and here comes Ryan through the kink. Good little jump. Now hard braking into 11 to the left center. those big tires are just putting in work, you know.
Yeah, and that looked pretty nice. He didn't use the curb at all, but he was still able. You could hear him pick the throttle up pretty decently early.
Yeah, and since Street GT, the rules are with rear-wheel drive cars, four-wheel drive cars, you can have a 315 maximum. So he's running those on all 4 corners. But the Yokohama 315 runs fairly wide for tire. It honestly runs closer to a 12 wide than your standard 11 wide.
Yeah, that's probably why they love it so much, huh?
Yeah, and it's got great single lap pace too.
All right, let's see what he does here. That 121. He goes to the top of the class and found 4/10. So he's at a 141.6 to the 142 flat for Gallagher.
Yeah, and here comes Drew Vosk and his GR Supra.
He's got that thing boosted up pretty solidly, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see how dark the front brake calipers are from all the heat from braking.
Exactly. Just stomping on him here. All right.
It just shows how good these GR Supras are in a relatively stock form.
They're an impressive car. They really, really are. All right, first lap and to the top at a 41.5, but only by a 10th.
Yeah, he'll definitely need to improve, though, to take the fight to Aranha and Vocal. I mean, those guys were both in the 39s and, qualifying earlier. He's getting after it, though.
Yeah, he is. He's got to dig deep and find it. All right, here's that balancing.
Oh,
ooh, little slide. That's
yeah.
gonna steal some speed.
Yeah, and you can hear how much he had to hesitate getting the throttle on corner exit of the carousel there, like we've talked about all weekend.
And you carry that deficit all the way down to 8, don't you?
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Here's the 550 of Christian Aranha. We'll see. He ran a 39.7 earlier, I believe. So and that Camaro is actually very stock. It's stock brakes, stock suspension, just camber plates and all.
Wow. Well, and that's one of the things where a driver can make a heck of a difference. You get a really good driver in a relatively stock car, you can still do it. I remember way back when I was autocrossing, and there was a guy, I can't remember his name, out of Omaha, Nebraska, and that was in the region that I raced in. He used to go to the autocross, the SCCA runoffs for autocross in a bone stock BMW and would oftentimes set fast time of day.
Wow.
Yeah, and he just had it. He just had that gift. And I asked him once, why didn't you ever gone road racing? And he said, I can't afford that. And he said, nobody's picked me up. I'd love to. He said, so I just autocross.
Yeah, and we'll see what Drew can do coming to the line this time. Does not improve.
Nope.
Yeah, he just had issues with rear grip that whole lap.
Yeah, you could see that. I also asked that guy in the BMW, I said, have you ever thought of taking it, making it street prep or back in then it was street prep or prep? And he looked at me, and he drives a BMW, right? And he said, yeah, see, I've never really felt the need to do that because I kind of figure I've got this great team of German engineers back in Germany that have dialed this car up for me.
Yep, just like Christian. It's all his engineers in Detroit.
How about that, Arana? Wasting no time, a 141.8.
I think he'll be disappointed with that first lap, though.
I think so, too. Yeah, if he was in the 39s earlier.
Yeah. We'll see what he can put together. I believe he's on the Nankang CRS, which is a very competitive tire. So,
and let me ask you, one thing here. We see, we had a big drift session, and they lay down so much rubber going sideways and the like, and throwing up marbles and everything. How much will that affect these drift or these NOS Energy Drink track battle cars?
Well, so the line is primarily clean, especially from all the cars that have already ran and track battle by now. But if you put offline, if you make a mistake, if you get out in the marbles, your tires are going to pick that up, and it takes a while to clean those off.
All right, here he is through turn 8, very tighty.
Using all the runoff there.
Yep. Didn't use much of the apex curb, but still used a lot of the exit curb, and it's smooth enough. That's not too bad. Little hop there. Now, this is such a telltale corner in so many ways. Really tighty there.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that may have been the problem.
The front bit there, but the rear just had no grip.
Yep. And that, it's amazing how these little moments, when we're talking tenths and hundredths, it's that little slide like that. You have to pause. It just eats up time. That's a shame. We'll see where he was in terms of pace otherwise, though.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of an opposite lot coming out of 12 as well, so he's really fighting those rear tires right now.
Yep, coming up to the line here. Let's see what kind of time he puts up.
He goes to the top, though, with a 41.3.
Yep, that's by 2/10, a 41.3 over a 41.5.
And you see yet again, he blows the turn one. That way he gets, you know, he's a true veteran of the track. He knows where to go, so he blew it and did it right.
Now, it's the 34 of Andy Volkel, and this Corvette is the new model Corvette, the mid-engine Corvette, and the balance on these things is just superb.
It's been very fast all weekend, running in the 39s. 42.6 that last lap, though. So, like we're seeing earlier, you know, running 39s earlier to go running, you know, 41s, 42s. The track is definitely heated up, and the grip is not there.
And then we see, though, but like Barberis going into the 39s.
Yeah, that all-wheel drive is definitely helping for drive off corner.
Just gonna, you know, say that's, you know, the slippier the track gets, the better the all-wheel drive will help out here. So let's see what Andy Volkel can do. He is always so quick. And one of the things that I love to just tell people is, if you like this new model Corvette, thank the American Le Mans Series and IMSA. Because running the front-engine Corvettes for so many years, as more and more of their competitors went to mid-engine stuff, they just had to do it if they wanted to remain competitive. Thus, this car was born.
Yep. And then actually, we see our first street mod car go out with Dayton
De La
Houssaye, yeah. So he ran a 48 that first lap. But we'll focus on Volkel and see what he can do. See if he can bip a runner. Very tidy through turn 11 there.
That looked really stout. Got to the power nice and early. Patience there into 12. Now get after it. Little tighter run. He likes to keep a little bit more pinned to the inside.
You can hear that dual clutch transmission, the Corvette just firing away those shifts.
Pretty cool tech in those cars. All right, here we go. Does Mr. Volkel, he needs to find a chunk of time here.
And he does it.
Wow.
Beats Aranha by 500ths. Wow.
We've been talking about these margins,
yep.
And it is so close. That's fantastic. So Andy Volkel will win Street GT here in our NOS Energy Drink GridLife Track Battle Time Attack Class 4, the Street GT. But now, as you said, it's all about Street Mod. And now the last three classes are all mod.
Yeah,
classes.
it's all big power, lightweight, full aero. Have your day, you know.
Serious stuff, you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I want to reflect back, though, on the gaps in Street GT. All 5 competitors within 7/10 of each other.
Yeah, that's
from a 41.3 to a 42.0. That's the closest margin of any class we've seen so far today.
Yeah, really, really tight stuff. I'm trying to get the number. It's the 985. Oh, that's De La Houssaye. Sorry about that. In the MX-5 Miata, but it's not stock.
Yeah, not a car you would traditionally expect to see in Street Mod, but he's out there wheeling it.
Yeah, he's clearly done a lot of work to it. It absolutely flies. Nice. Gave that a nice late turn in.
And also very limited aero for Street Mod. You know, I think this is the only Street Mod car in the Podium Sprint that has no front splitter, big rear wing, or anything. So that's an interesting choice, but he's clearly making it work. You know, it's an achievement just to make it into the Podium Sprint.
Oh, a huge achievement when you think of how deep these classes are, the number of entries.
Yeah, I mean, I think there were 16 entries in Street Mod alone.
Yeah,
you know?
very, very, very deep field here. And yeah, and the thing is, you know, the one thing about these Miatas is they are so incredibly well balanced.
Yeah, from the factory. But I mean, he's done a lot of work. I saw he's got AP brakes on the front. You know, those are some serious brakes. That's, you know, IMSA level brakes. So.
Yeah, exactly. And because of their balance, they just can get into and through a corner so well.
Yeah, and here's De La Houssaye's final lap. We'll see what he's able to put down.
Yeah, his best previously a 42.0. Boom, a 41.1.
Nice job to improve there.
Yeah, 9/10 he picked up. That was really stout. So next up now is going to be the 14 of Cal Fortner. And
This is a stout competitor here in this
boy.
AMG GTS.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a perennial GRIDLIFE front runner in street mod. So
He really is. Yeah, super quick. That is a car that is another one of those cars that comes right out of the factory and is just super high performance.
And right off the bat, hits it with a 38.8.
Wow.
Fastest time of the podium sprint so far. And he's still got more in it, I think.
38.82 on his first flyer.
You hear that splitter skip across the ground when he jumps the curb in 3, giving it all she's got. Oh yeah, he's going for it. Sounds fantastic too. Hard to beat those Mercedes V8s.
It really is. Just they have a sound that is so unique. There are other V8s that sound great, but there's just something about that Mercedes and just the engine note. And that's what that's one of the things that I love is you know, as an old school racing guy, I love the symphony. You know, the different instruments, the different sounds.
It's like the V10 Formula One era. You know, the noise makes the car.
It does. It does.
And that's one of
real wiggle on entry there.
Yeah, I wonder with how fast these cars are. I wonder if he tapped the brakes there and just got a little loose and greedy with his turn in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking to some of the street mod guys earlier, and you know, it's rare you have to hit the brakes for the kink in most cars, but with how much power these guys have and how fast they are, they're having to hit the brakes for the kink.
Yep, and you can just see when he did, it looked like the front end just gave up a smidge.
Yeah, and then the rear tried to come around too, so he had to make a real quick correction.
Yep, fast hands are your friends sometimes here.
We'll see if he's able to improve those small bobbles, though.
Checker flag coming out at the top at a 138.8. What does he do on this run? No improvement.
No improvement. And actually, speaking to the point I made a few times, you actually heard him on the brakes before he got to the start-finish line. So he's on the brakes before the timing loop. So it's the little things, that's kind of a home track advantage. We're talking about some people here.
Yeah, or did he think if he didn't brake,
he might not have made the corner?
That he may not have. Yeah, with the speed these things have.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Meanwhile,
here it comes.
Here's the 29, Kyle McLew. That is a very quick GR Supra.
That thing is extremely fast. That's one of the higher horsepower cars in all of TrackBattle, much less street mod.
Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that Kyle McGoo makes 840 wheel horsepower.
Holy cow!
But he's not the highest horsepower car in street mod.
Listen to that thing.
I mean, he is on it. Those Supras are wicked fast. He's carrying a ton of speed into 4. Great job. And look at that carbon front end on the car. I mean, street mod he's putting the mod in street mod.
He's really, he's delivering it on all counts, isn't he? And that's done just for weight, isn't it?
Yeah, and the weight off the nose is huge on a front engine rear drive car. They're naturally front heavy, so anything you get off the nose is massive.
Yep.
And McCoo's first lap went to a 37.3. So this is second lap here, so we'll see what he can put down. He's not using a lot of the runoff, which I figured he would. So we'll be interested to see how that plays in with other competitors later on.
All right, here's 10.
Big hop over the kink.
Yeah, using that curve for sure, but looked like it worked now.
Yep, splitter sitting on the ground in the braking zone. Not ideal, but it's working. Oh, big bobble. Oh,
and he's off.
Oh.
Drops the left. Saved it.
Big mistake out of 11 there for McCoo. I don't think he's going to improve here.
No, at 37.
Way to save it, though, because that's not an easy thing to do.
No, not at all. Yeah, he really did something special there, but I don't see how he beats a 37.38 with that off. But maybe he was so fast elsewhere. Let's see what happens.
He was definitely getting after it.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, McGoo still improves with a 36.8, even with that issue.
Imagine if he hadn't had that.
You just have to think about what kind of pace he was on before that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic lap by McGoo.
Here's one of the guys who's a perennial winner in the street mod category. It's the number 6, Michael Amick in the Impreza. And we saw how quick the other Imprezas were running here that weren't street mod. Imagine what he's done to this car. And he wins in this category frequently, but only the second fastest guy coming in.
And Amick just goes with a 41.0, so not a great opening lap.
No, that's a surprise, yeah.
He makes a ton of power too. 950 wheel horsepower out of the Subaru, all-wheel drive. And he's got oh wow, I wonder if something broke. He's off throttle there.
It's
Oh, that's not good.
You can hear it just burbling. Yeah.
I hate to see that for Almec. That's a heavily developed car, though. Look at those side skirts.
Yeah.
They're trying to get the outwash there around the rear tires. That's some trick aero there. You know, with street mod, you're not allowed to have a flat floor, but you are allowed to have side skirts within a certain dimensional box, and that's really using the rules to your advantage.
It is. And I mean, and that's one of the attractive things, you know, for guys that are tinkerers, you know, getting into these mod classes where you can look at the rule book and go, you know, how can I get the most out of it?
And here comes Alan Patton.
Yeah, and Patton, super quick. Another of those Supras.
Yep. He set the track record this morning in the street mod class with I believe it was a 34 something. So wicked fast. We'll see what he's able to do today in the heat.
All right.
Very fast car.
Oof. Look at the speed he carries. Missed the apex a little bit there.
Yep. Taking a little too much speed into there.
See how he does here in 10 with all that pace.
A ton of speed by Patton
curve,
there,
man.
That's someone who is comfortable with this track in his car.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he actually holds track records here in other time attack trial organizations as well.
Okay.
So he's very experienced around here and with that car.
Well, and that gets to that comfort and confidence thing, building speed, as we've talked about.
Yeah, you can see him and hear the car struggling to put power down out of 12. It's a lot of power for that little 275. Over 640 wheel horsepower.
And that's such a balancing act, isn't it? All right, here we go. Let's see what he does on this first lap. It's got to be to 36.8.
35.1.
What a lap.
What a lap by Patton to get the win for street mod. We'll see if he improves here, though.
Yep, this one's all for fun right now. A 35.128. So this one now, whether he knows it, look at him.
He's getting after it.
Yeah, he is grinning ear to ear and throwing this thing around here.
Yeah, Patton can absolutely will this thing. And he's been making steady changes to the car throughout the weekend, too, to tune it to the track and improve it.
Boy, he is hauling the mail here.
You can hear, I mean, that thing is singing.
Let's see if he gets that lot.
Much better line through 8 there.
Perfect.
And look at how much exit curb he uses as well. He's using all of it he can.
That's a ton of roll speed, isn't it? All right, super aggressive here in 10 previously. Does he do it again and just pound that curb? Oh, not
quite as much, but you can see like he's leaving zero margin for error on the outside of the track on track entry. I mean, he is all the way onto the grass, so he's pushing.
A little wide there, and you can hear he had to wait just a second there.
You can hear the rear wheels trying to light up coming 11. That's a real short shoot from 11 to 12, but it's very critical to get the power down. Oh, big correction.
Drifting it.
Holding it. Those tires are hot, but he is wheeling it.
He is giving it everything he can here. A 35.12.
The fastest time so far of TrackBattle. Oh, still sideways.
Yeah.
What a drive.
Does he top that? Let's see. Nope.
Nope, 35.1. Great lap by Patton regardless, though.
So, yeah, for a first flyer,
yeah,
that was exceptional.
1.7 seconds ahead of Magoo and Street Mod.
So that means he is your winner in Street Mod, and now we focus on Track Mod.
Yeah, this looks to be
89 of Brandon
Hodge.
Another of those Supras.
I wonder if something's happened to Chris Boersma. I haven't seen a Civic out there, so.
No, I haven't either.
He was the 5th qualifier.
Keep a quick look here on our scoring. Yep. He has not been out.
Yeah, and we saw the quick interview with Brandon Hodge earlier. You know, he was a Street GT competitor last year, but now he's just completely ripped the car apart and redone it, so he's a track mod competitor now.
All right.
Ran a 43.2 the first lap. I don't think he'll be happy with that one.
Oh, these are such quick cars.
And beautiful livery as well.
It is. It's eye-catching, isn't it?
Big hop of the curb into 4. I think you mentioned, when I mentioned the part earlier, if you turn in a little early and catch the curb on the part, I think that's what he did there, and it just slung him out and caught him out.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you hit a curb like that, one, it either causes the car to just sort of flat slide sideways, but also when there's especially even though it's the outside tires that are loaded, if the inside tires, you still need them for grip.
Absolutely.
And when it's in the air, it's not helping you much.
No, and especially, it kicks you out like that. It's not ideal.
Right.
See, CMP is just one of those tracks. The curbs are tricky. You got to know when and where to use them and how to use them as well,
It looked like he was he pushed a little wide through there.
Yeah, the front end definitely is not grabbing that great in the Supra. And then now he's putting power down in the rear there.
And this is track mod where now you start to see, look at the wing on the back of that thing.
Yeah, and that splitter's pretty
splitters
developed.
on the front are massive.
And you can have a flat floor in track mod as well, so big aero developments to be had. Not to mention all the engine modifications you could do and all.
Well, what does he do? Does he pick up some time?
Slightly, a 41.6.
Yeah, not enough.
I don't think that'll be enough to hang with the top guys up here.
All right, so without Boersma going out, now we focus on the 307 of Andy Sau in this absolutely beautiful Corvette.
Yeah, I love that Zebulon rear wing too.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I love the end plates they have. Yeah, Andy, this car came together rather quick. I saw he's testing it at Barber a couple weeks ago, but I'll be interested to see what he's able to put down. Speaking of putting down, struggling to put power down in turn 1.
Yep. Well, and the problem is that big wing's great, but when you're at turn 1's a fairly slow corner.
It's usually a 45-mile-an-hour corner. It's not.
So you don't really feel a lot of aero at that point. Yeah. It's down to the mechanical grip, but he's pumping some horsepower, so you got to be. Now, would he be running traction control?
No, it's a C5 Corvette, unless he had a Motec, which I don't believe he does. It's a C5 Corvette, so it's no traction control or anything. But compared to the rest of the field, you think Corvette is high horsepower. He's relatively low horsepower. I believe he's in the 450 range.
Really?
Yeah, compared to some of the guys like Jackie Ding and Justin Peachy,
and still able to put up a time that was good enough for third in that group of top 5, and then very fast competitive class.
Yeah, he's done a lot of work to focus on the handling. It's clearly working.
Look at him running. That was a rim shot.
Yeah, he was
letting it go.
He was giving it all she had.
And that's something you have to do. You have sometimes just let the car have its head and just, if you've done your turn in right, you can just let her fly.
Yeah, this is his
see what he does.
Second lap, actually. He ran a 39.6 first lap, and then he improves 37.7.
Yes, wow.
Great lap by Andy Sau. Giving the fans a show in turn 1.
Why not, huh? Go get after it a little bit.
And here's Jackie Ding in his BMW M2.
Now, we heard the interview he did earlier in this show here with Cerise, and was talking about, this car is good right out of the box, and then you do the little tweaking to it. But, it's nice to have a platform that's good stock.
Yeah, the better car you start with, the better it's going to be in the end,
Exactly.
Oh, Ding went fast his first lap with a 36.0.
Wow.
Wow.
That's impressive. And
a little bit of a correction between 2 and 3. But
he also was, the back end came around a bit 1.
Yeah.
So
we'll see if he's able to improve, but he's running the Nankang CRS as well, which is a very competitive tire. Ooh, big slide through the carousel. That's not the optimal line, but
no, he's just, he's giving it some welly.
Yep, he's doing what he can, but the rear tires just might be overheated.
Looks right, even a little slip there.
Yep, using all of the track out as he can, though. Oh, all four wheels off the ground there.
Wow. All right, here we go into 11. Nice.
Yeah, again, you hear him just struggling to put power down.
Yeah. You just got to wait sometimes, and patience isn't necessarily always a virtue for a race driver.
No, but Jackie, he's got the experience. You know, he's a veteran of time attack. You know, he's raced formula cars. He's just, you know, all around.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, he's got so many track records.
Yeah.
That he's set over the years in various categories. So let's see.
See if he's able to improve.
36-0.
He is not.
Nope.
Yeah, I think those big slides just caught him out.
I think so too.
Great job overall, and giving the fans a show.
Why not?
I thought the drift sessions were over.
All right, here, look at this fire breather. This is a 445 Corvette of Justin Peachy. And this, look at that wing on the back. This is a serious beast.
This is a bad unit, running a 345 square. He's running 345s front and rear.
Oh my goodness.
So there is zero lack of grip for Peachy here.
Yeah, massive mechanical grip and then enhanced by that big old rear wing.
And listen to that LS7 sing.
Listen to that power.
Oh,
35.5 on his first flyer.
Yeah, look at that grip, too.
Yeah.
Just so much lateral grip out of those tires.
Now, this is part of the track that has really caught some people. I think it's really slick back here.
He's putting a lot of speed in the carousel, and he's able to put the power down, too. Fantastic line by PG.
Well, some of that is, you know, that big wing. You're going to feel that come in at slower speeds.
Absolutely, especially that second element he's got on the back.
Yep. And the amazing thing is that, you know, for people that aren't familiar with, you know, it's basically an upside-down airplane wing, and you always have to remember the downforce actually comes from the underside of the wing. And it, you know, you look at that and go, how does that work?
Look at how the arrow is deflecting the front bumper at speed there.
Holy cow. That was nice. One quick upshift.
And look at the angle of attack on that splitter. I mean, he's making a lot of downforce with that thing.
Oh, it's a sound, isn't it?
Pure all-American V8s.
Yeah.
And still an H-pattern transmission, too, even though sequential is allowed and not penalized in track mod.
Really?
Yes.
All right, so he's doing it old school.
Right.
Gotta love that here.
See if he's able to improve.
Peachy, where does he go? 34-2 to the very top of every competitor out there. That was a lap.
Fantastic lap by Justin Peachy there, just textbook.
Just incredible.
And here we have Kevin Perlette in his G35 running an Unlimited.
This is Unlimited, and you look at the diffuser on the back. You can run, you know, some of the people that run this class, some of the wings and front splitters are just massive. He has opted to be a little bit more subtle with it in this G35.
And listen to that LS sing. It's an LS swap G35. So it's got a similar engine to what's in the Corvettes. 42.0 that first lap by Perlette, so I think he's got to push a little more here.
Yeah, that just, you look at that car and you hear that sound, it's just incongruous.
Yep. I was talking to Kevin earlier. This is actually his 14th season racing this exact same chassis, this same car and all.
Wow.
So he has had more development time than I think anyone in the field on a chassis. Looks very composed through carousel.
It does, it does. You know, the interesting thing, he's not running huge meets.
No, I think he's running a 295 front and 315 rear, so. He is running a Hoosier A7, though, as this class does allow slicks, unlike the others.
Okay. And with this car, would you potentially run a little narrower tire because you don't want the aero drag of a big fat tire?
No, it's unlimited.
Okay.
You want all the grip.
That's what I would have thought. Yeah. So I'm kind of curious why he wouldn't have a little bit fatter tire on there, but
he's definitely making it work. Great lap so far.
Really, really smooth.
Yeah, nice turn into 11. The front end just really bit.
Really working here. Yeah, he's really, really smooth.
Yeah, he's really getting after out on the exit of 12, too. You can just see him trying to fight for grip with the rear tires.
Yep. And folks that are, well, let's see what kind of time he has here. There's the white. One more lap to go.
That's checkered.
That was his checkered. Okay.
Yep. So we'll see if he improved. He did 9. That's still a 42.0. That's surprising. It definitely looked like he was improving.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, next up will be the 751 of Rob Wilmoth in an RS3.
That's definitely a unique track car. It's very cool to see that out here.
Yeah.
Also representing Racing for ALS on the car. Fantastic charity if you've never heard of it.
It is.
Really doing great things to help, try to find the cure for ALS.
Absolutely. And I love, that a lot of charities come out and use the excitement of motorsports to generate, money for research and, also some of them just for helping families of people affected by it. That's a huge deal. So this is really cool. He was 4th quick.
Yeah, it's a 140.9 that time by Wilma, so he did hit Kevin, but I don't think that's going to be enough to do it, so he needs to get some more out of it. But yeah, back to Racing for ALS. Over the past 3 years, they've raised over $1 million to fund ALS research. So
it's really cool. And I want to, go back real quick on that G35 of Parlett. That big diffuser on the back, for people that aren't really familiar with what that does. The way it's designed, it accelerates the air as it comes out of the back. And as you speed the air up and it exits at a faster speed than the air underneath the car, it creates a low pressure area.
Yep.
And that, that's kind of what they call ground effects downforce. And since you can't run tunnels, that's a good way to get that kind of downforce.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we'll see more and more of that, especially as we get into the faster cars and Unlimited.
Wilmot.
Look at those front brake rotors glowing on Wilma's car.
Wow. Yeah,
those Willwoods are putting in work.
They are remarkable, aren't they?
Yes, exactly. Again, even for 12, you see a little ring of glow. Yeah. So I mean, he's using all of the brakes and then some.
And then some. And then, again, looks really, really smooth. Car looks really planted.
Yeah, good rotation through 14. Brake rotor still glowing.
All right.
See if he can put the power down and get her done. That's another all-wheel drive car as well.
Coming to the line. A 140.9. I don't think that was an improvement, was it?
I do not believe so, no.
Yeah.
And then look at the variety we have in Unlimited here. We have a Lexus RCF. G35, RS3, now an RCF,
Yep.
What a variety.
Yeah, this is Andreas Bertulis in this 171. And if you look at the rear wing struts, this is what they call the gooseneck to support the strut. And the reason is, as we said earlier, on these big rear wings, the downforce actually comes from the underside of the wings. And essentially the same thing that the diffuser does.
Yep.
Is as that wing, you got the big plane, and then it swoops up, creates that high-speed exit, and creates a low-pressure area under the wing. And that's how an airplane gets in the air if you were to turn that upside down. And a few years ago, some people figured out that because all the downforce comes from the underside of the wing, don't have your wing mounts coming up on the underside. You bring them up and over the top like that, it cleans up the air underneath that wing, makes the downforce more effective.
Yeah, and then now on some of the newer GT3 cars, we're actually seeing reverse mount swan neck wings. That way your pylons are behind the wing, so you don't have the dirty air affecting it. So the innovations keep coming.
Yeah, it is incredible, isn't it, what they do here?
Little slow through 8. I think he's off pace.
He's off the pace.
I wonder if he's having an issue.
Yeah.
He doesn't look like he's slowed down into the kink, though. He looks like he's moving pretty good.
Well, let's see here.
No,
he's off pace. Yeah. Something's wrong here. That's a shame. That RCF, that's such a pretty car.
And unique. I can count on one hand how many times I've seen one of those at the track.
Yeah.
And look at that carbon splitter. That's heavily developed.
Yeah, that's sharp. I love the graphics on it as well. But, yeah, that's a shame. You make your way into the podium sprint itself, and then you have what seems like a bit of a car issue here. So then coming out, the last two cars are both Camaros. And
very different, though.
Yeah, very true. The 525 will be the first one we'll be looking at of Jeremy Lauder here. But, yeah, he just comes in, does Bertulis. What a shame.
Oh, I hate that for him. It's never good to end, a weekend like that. Hopefully it's minor and get it fixed.
All right, here we go. Ooh, real push. Huge push there.
Absolutely. Those front tires are not having it through there.
Nope. All right. Lauder
little early on the turn and took a lot of curve and clicked it.
Put some. That was top of the class, though. Yeah, put him in front of Bertulis and Wilmot. So Bertulis did get a lap.
Okay, so he did get a lap. Bertulis got Wilmot there by 8 thousandths.
That's incredibly close.
You know, for two cars that are built so wildly different from each other.
Oh, it's amazing. Absolutely amazing, isn't it? And, you know, that's one of the things. I mean, GridLife, you know, one of its absolute intentions from the very off when they created this was inclusion.
Yep.
Whatever car you have, we'll find a place for you to race it. And, you know, everybody's welcome. And we're going to have music and hopefully turn them into racing fans. And, you know, racing fans, you hear some of this music, you might go, wow, I want to buy their album.
Yeah.
But the whole idea is inclusion and diversity. And you see it on the track so much here, and particularly in, GridLife Touring Cup, you see lots of different types of cars, but in this, it's where you really see that whatever it is, you can race it with us.
Yeah, absolutely. And front tires again, pushing through 14. I wonder if he's just holding a little too much brake and just sliding the front tires there.
Almost looks like it, so he's struggling a little bit here, coming to the line here. See, is he going to better at 140? I don't think he did. He's waiting for scoring to catch up here.
He did not.
No, so that 140.2, still top of the class. And talk about why this class is called Unlimited. Look at this crazy thing.
This is an absolute weapon of a Camaro built by Mike Dussault and his team at Dussault Designs. Twin turbo LS, SADEF sequential, you know, all the goods.
And the old body style.
Yep.
I'm not sure what year would this be.
Let's see. It doesn't have front side markers, so 67 maybe?
67, yeah. I mean, that's...
But that's probably an aerodynamic decision.
Yeah, exactly.
It's two-frame. It actually has it's a Corvette drivetrain and uses Corvette uprights. So it's got a torque tube, the transmission's in the rear, same as a Corvette. It's actually running an old LMP1 rear tire. It's a 36-centimeter wide rear tire.
Seriously?
Yes.
Wow. Any idea on the horsepower numbers?
Over 1,000.
That's unlimited for you, folks.
Yeah. Push rod style, front and rear suspension. I mean, it's, you know, if it can be done, they've done it.
His first lap of 36.5.
Yeah.
Then there's a lot more left here. Look at that front splitter.
It jumps and then just sucks right back down.
Sticks.
And it's a beautiful car too. That paint job is fantastic.
Look at that. Look at those big wing end plates on both the front splitter and the back, channeling the air, keeping it on that wing, making it more effective everywhere around. Big dive planes on the front.
Yeah, and if you look at the front, it's actually a front wing. It's not a splitter. It's a full wing that he developed. So he and his team, they do all their own carbon work. So they built this entire car in their shop.
Yeah, and then using dive planes just to
massive,
get even more grip out of it. All right, a 36.5 as he comes through, last of our competitors, and let's see what he put in on that last lap for a time.
35.2. So Justin Peachy with the fastest lap of Track Battle and Track Mod. Nice lap by Peachy.
FTD, baby.
Yeah.
That was a great lap.
And then Alan Patton was second fastest in Street Mod.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
With a 35.1. Both beating Mike Dussault and Unlimited for overall.
Yep. And I tell you, I think one of the best laps we saw was Luca Barberis.
Yeah, I mean, that was a phenomenal lap. For a street car to run 39s.
I know. That's pretty impressive stuff. So, wow, our NOS energy drink, GridLife Track Battle Time Attack Podium spent, first one of the season, and it was extraordinary as always. And I can't wait to see how the rest of these play out this year.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a riot.
And everybody gets to celebrate on the podium just a little bit later on. But as you can see, queuing up, our final race of the GridLife Rush SR Championship Series. We'll be back with that in just a minute, so don't go anywhere, folks.
From the moment it leaves the factory, critical parts of your engine are building up deposits. And at Valvoline, preventing these damaging deposits isn't enough. We've revolutionized a way to reverse them. Introducing Valvoline Restore and Protect. The first and only motor oil that returns pistons to factory clean by removing up to 100% of deposits with continuous use. Restore your engine to perform like new. With Restore and Protect, another first from Valvoline.
When you come to pit road, all 4 of you stay in the car.
Need that fire truck.
For those who demand winning performance on the track, off-road, and everywhere in between, Falken has you covered. Falken Tires, delivering exceptional performance to exceptional drivers since 1983.
All right, guys, here at GridLife, we incorporate lots of elements of the motorsports world. We have grip racing, we have drifting, we have car shows. Every kind of motorsports enthusiast is welcome here at GridLife. So we're going to do a little bit of walking around this car show. I want to highlight some of the cars, see if we can talk to some people and just catch the vibe, see how people are enjoying the event. Let's go. I don't know what I'm looking at here, but my first car was a Saturn, and it was not as cool as this. So I remember when I was 16, we used to roll around because I was like the first person to get a car, and we would cruise in these Saturns. So this one looks like it's a little built up. I like the style. They got Fitment Industries on deck with this build. It looks clean, man. I mean, the intake looks cool. You got some K&N parts under here. They're down with lowered lifestyle. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. All right, we got a little 944 action going on here. These are fun. These are a ton of fun. You get a little ripper around town and, you know, you're cruising. Everybody who knows these cars, it's like a cult following. 944 owners, good people. Welcome. How you liking GridLife?
I love it.
Heck yeah. Where are you from?
Charlotte.
You're from Charlotte. And what do we have behind us here? What year is this?
It's a 1983 944.
Beautiful. Awesome. And what is this paint color?
Red.
Sure is, bud.
Yeah,
all right, cool.
I forget what the specific name of it is.
That's all right. What's your favorite thing about owning this car?
It's fun to drive. Yes. It goes wherever you want it. It's got coilovers all the way around, and it's so much fun to drive. It's a little slow with the 4-cylinder, but like it still gets you there.
Okay, it's the 4-cylinder. That's all right. We won't hold it against you. It's still a great car, and we're glad that you're here in the concourse. So have a great weekend. We're gonna keep cruising around, but thank you so much.
All right.
Cheers. Thank you. This thing is cute. I like this thing though. Oh, they got some bride seats in here. Oh, it's right-hand drive. So does that mean it's imported? I mean, I don't know. I guess it must, unless it's a conversion. They could have done a whole like dash conversion and everything like that. But it's very simple in here. See, I like these cars. I used to drive old Jeep Cherokees. One of my favorite things about them in the 90s is that they didn't over-engineer the interior and like the dash and everything like that. And it's simple. You don't need much. You just gotta enjoy the car and just drive the cars. What's that thing? This is one hell of a C8, you know? Sorry, no, the new NSXs do look cool, but I don't know. I like the older versions. It has this like nostalgia element to it that just like, I don't know. I also think that I would just look really good driving an NSX. All right, guys, we got this sick ass. All right, guys, we have this really cool Del Sol behind us here. Now, I remember I had a friend that had a Del Sol, and she was just absolutely enamored with them, and I was just getting some information from one of my buddies. And if you like Del Sols, I think you're really going to like this one, but there's more to see over here. Are any of you guys the owner of this Del Sol? Nah, okay. Well, what do we have? Is this just like a hydraulic, like, trunk lift situation? Well, there's a lady here that just told me this is a target top, so you can just go ahead and pop this thing right off, and all of a sudden you got a little convertible action happening right here. Oh, that's sick. That's actually really cool. All right, cool. Del Sol, target top.
Cerise Taylor exploring everything about the South Carolina Festival, and we are getting ready to explore the final race of this opening round of the GRIDLIFE Rush SR Series, all part of GRIDLIFE South Carolina Festival here. Getting ready to get after it here on this very, very challenging, fun track. You got 14 turns and about 2.3 miles, really. And our coverage is brought to you by NOS Energy Drink, a fabulous partner of everything GRIDLIFE, and just energizing everybody as well. And Falcon Tire, also a big part of our presentation here as we are ready to go. These cars are out, coming around. I'm just going to launch right in. The starting lineup should be the number 56, Orion Leach, who has had a really strong weekend so far, getting that win over the Stig, who will start second. Then John Ryman III, very impressive in that first race of the day, in the number 28, Suelio Almeida, after 2 fifths yesterday, getting the big fourth in the number 10. Jason Ayler in the number 74 will start fifth. And then Nick Billingsley in the number 9 will start sixth. In seventh will be the 11 of Samuel Reed. In eighth, the 12 of Brett DiGiacomo. Then in the 9th spot, the 58 of Bill Wright. Then in the 10th spot, the 98 of Logan Hadel. In the 11th spot, the 19 of Kelsey Billingsley. That's the brother and sister team. In the 12th spot, the 63 of Villa Saldana. In the 13th spot, the 15 of Bruno Purpura. Starting in the 14th spot, the 44 of Craig Andrews. 15th spot, the 3 of Timothy Fokine. 16th spot, the 26 of Robbie Sanders. 17th, the 62 of Tom Burns. 18th, the 13, that JC Racing entering once again. 19th spot, the 65 of John Howe. 20th, the number 5 of Rod Rabman, who hopefully will be able to keep it all together and charge through the field. He has been so quick. And then at 21st, the 38 of Timothy Ziegenfuss. So we're going to see how that all plays out. And if Radman, if the car stays together, he should be fun to watch coming through this field.
Yeah, he should be a pretty hard charger with the pace he's had the entire weekend.
Yeah.
And it's a shame he had the issue in race 3, but it'll be fun to watch him come through.
Yeah, he was flying in race 3 before it happened. So, and he's easy to pick out with
Absolutely.
that chrome blue car.
Beautiful
so
livery.
We'll keep an eye out. Now the question is, yeah, he's there. I was wondering if maybe whatever happened was terminal, but he's out there. So here we go. Final race of this opening weekend for the GRIDLIFE Rush SR Championship. And these remarkable prototypes coming to the line. GT3 Cup performance for a fraction of the price, especially with the aero and downforce on these cars. Here we go, waiting for that flag to fly. We're green!
Nice start by Leach there, going and getting an early lead.
Yeah, he jumped on it, timed it to perfection. Now shuts the door on the Stig.
Oh, someone had an issue on turn 1 on the inside.
See if they were able to continue. Meanwhile, there's Radman.
Radman already making up positions.
Yeah, he's wasting no time at all. A couple of guys in front of him making the run as well. And the top 5 right now, I think, pretty much in qualifying order. And you take a look in that 6th spot. I think that is the blue car Billingsley, looking really strong here as well at this stage. And Suelio Almeida sitting there in that 4th spot. That's that gray and red car, 4th in your screen right now, trying to figure out what he can do with John Ryman III. That little bit of a break already up front between those first 2, though, Chris.
Yeah, they've been the class of the field the entire weekend.
Have.
Leach and the Stig have just been at it. And he's looking at him on the outside here. Bit of a lockup, though, by the Stig. Rare mistake.
Yeah, he may have actually just tapped the back of Leach there, not hard enough to move him or anything, but yeah, he got in really hot there. And again, that's a pretty good toe. With these cars, you're going to get a draft, and suddenly you're approaching that corner just that bit faster than you ever have.
Yeah, and then also right behind him, you have to think your aero load's reduced, so you don't have as much braking grip as you
Another
would think.
big lockup into wonder if he's got some sort of brake bias problem, because he just locked up huge into 14.
Yeah, very rare mistakes we're seeing from him, but you know, or it's also could be the grip in the track's going away, as you know, the sun is still pounding down. Almeida is right on Ryman, though. Looking to the inside here in 1.
Ryman didn't have a great run through 2, but in 3, but now, let's see, I don't think Almeida's close enough to try and make that surprise move into 4 at this point. Billingsley up into the 5th spot.
Yeah, best run from Billingsley so far we've seen all day.
Yeah,
Great
really
job getting up
stout.
to P5.
And Di Giacomo solidly up into that 6th spot, too. After starting in 8, so a couple of nice early moves being made here. And it was Sam Reed in the number 11.
Yeah, and look at Radman already up in P10.
Holy cow, what a run he has put on here.
Just putting on a clinic coming through the field. Only 8 seconds back from the leaders after passing all those cars. Fantastic job to recover.
Remarkable. That chrome blue car on the prowl here. There he is. Oh, wait. There he is.
No, he's the first one.
He is the first one. Yeah. Oh, yeah, the sun glints, not quite the same. But, yeah, he is absolutely augering his way up through the pack here.
He's getting after it, so I'll be interested to see how far he can move up. You know, he's been running in the top 5 most of the weekend. So
certainly has that pace. And, you know, he's one of those guys, clearly he's got some skills. And we'll see what he's going to be able to do with it. He's got a little bit of a gap now up to that next group that he's going to have to deal with. You know, it's only a couple of tenths to Reed, but you know, the longer it takes him to get through, the tougher it'll be to get up to potential podium stuff. And this battle remains fierce here.
yeah, Ryman's defending the best he can, but Almeida's not giving up.
And Almeida looks to be able to stick with Ryman without the car moving around anywhere near as much as Ryman's is.
Yeah, that's a lot of experience on Almeida's fault. Almeida's pace to be able to follow that close and not make mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, and his car just simply may be set up a little bit better right now. We'll have to see what happens. But look at the front here. Leach now opening up a bit of a margin over the Stig.
Yeah, had fastest lap that time by and just keep pulling away.
That's what he wants to do. And you know, we've been seeing these braking issues. Now we'll see if the Stig can make the adjustment here. As, you know, if you can't solve it with a bias change, then you just have to back your braking point up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. No one wants to do it, but you know, you have to do what you have to do to finish the race.
Yeah.
You know, if P2 is it, then so be it.
Yeah, take what you can get. And that's part of you know, the learning curve for, you know, newer drivers here, the Stig not being one of them, but just making the point. There are days where you've got a 5th place car.
Yep.
It's just that.
The Stig's closing in on Leach,
yeah,
though.
He sure is.
Leach must have an issue.
Or did he break?
Leach has an issue. No.
Unbelievable.
Oh, and he's coasting out of 14. Something happened.
He didn't pit?
I wonder. Interesting.
Yeah.
It seems like he's got back up to pace, but.
Wow, I wonder what that could have been.
Yeah. That's a very odd, rare mistake from Leach, but I don't think it didn't seem like a mistake.
No, and so suddenly it's the Stig leading, but Ryman is in second. Remember, the Stig normally will pull into the pits as the white flag starts. So Ryman and Almeida right now, they're battling essentially for the potential win here.
Yeah, absolutely. That'd be huge for either of them.
Oh,
as, you know,
man, both of them.
Yeah, that's really heartbreaking for Leach, as he's been running up front the entire weekend, finishing first or second in every single race and timed session for that matter.
And I wonder what would have happened where he would have decided not to pit and felt it come back.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is like maybe the car died and he popped the clutch, got it rolling again, or
something.
Maybe he bumped the kill switch, you know, something as simple as that.
Those things can happen, that's for sure.
Yes,
right.
and he's got a hard fight now to try and get back up front. He's sitting P4, but he's looking at Almeida now.
Well, I'll tell you, Ryman, after Almeida was all over the back of Ryman here. Ryman has been able to gap him a little bit, opened up about a second lead.
Yeah, great drive by Ryman so far.
And there's the number 12 at Di Giacomo, that beautiful gray and teal machine.
Yeah, Hadel's pressuring him, though.
Yeah, he is. And look at Radman up to 8th. He's just continuing to march through this field.
Radman's actually up ahead now. I think Radman's now in P6
Holy
on the
cow,
track.
Yeah.
What a drive.
Yeah, and a nice move there by Hadel to get it on Di Giacomo. But now Di Giacomo wanted to make the pass, but there's a yellow waving.
Waving yellow in turn 14. Oh, and that's the 26.
Oh,
that's Sanders.
Yep. Problem
Robbie Sanders.
What a shame.
That's unfortunate.
And
look at Radman, though, up to P6.
Yeah,
Leach is closing back in, though.
Yeah, he is.
Ryman stretched out a nice gap to Almeida there. 1.7 seconds.
I wonder if Almeida just pushed too hard and used his tires up just a little bit.
Yeah, well, he's also got to focus now on defending from Leach because Leach is on him.
Yeah, that's a really good point. We know how fast Leach is. And just got to feel gutted a little bit for Leach. But on the other hand, for Ryan and Almeida, this is a golden opportunity.
Absolutely. And like we were talking about.
Look at Leach close. Sorry, I thought he might try something down into 8. And I think Almeida did too. He left him a little bit of room.
Yep.
And, he didn't need to, and that slowed his exit. So let's see. Maybe Leach will do something here down into 11. He's close. Oh,
he's taking a look.
It
makes
10.
the move.
Wow. And I think Almeida went, I don't want any part of that. Side by side through 10.
Hairy place to be side by side there, especially with how fast these cars are.
I was going to say, yeah. So I'm sorry, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was going to say, like we've been talking about the entire weekend at CMP, you have to follow close and be opportunistic. If someone has an issue, makes a mistake or whatever, you have to be there ready to pounce. It's not, a particularly easy track to overtake, in period. So you have to be ready to take on those mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, there are places on the track that would look like a great overtaking area, but one, the track's a little narrow, and you think into 11 would be good, but it's it takes a long time to get to the apex. It's not like 14 would be, and 1 to me are the really good places here, but you got to get out of those corners so well.
Absolutely, and especially those are real short straights compared to the previous corner. It's all about corner exit out of the last corner.
Exactly.
Oh, wow.
Move there.
I think that's a lap car there in 4.
Okay. So
here comes Leach trying to hunt down Ryman.
Yep, he got through obviously on Almeida. And that's Di Giacomo. No, that's Billingsley, I think, is there as well. Yeah, he's lost a lot of ground, though. Billingsley has.
Yep.
And so Radman is right there. So we could have a pass for the top 5 here in very short order. There's
Look
the
at Leach, though, back on Ryman.
Yeah, he's there. There's Almeida. And look at Radman's in the back of those 2 guys. That's Billingsley and the lap car.
Yeah, Ryman's really just got to concentrate, keep his head down, and pump laps in. He's got to create more of a gap. Forget about the Stig. He's got to just focus on Leach and create a gap.
Yep, get after it here.
Yeah, Radman's closing in on Billingsley here.
He really
almost
is.
back up to the top 5 from P20.
Oh, it's just a superb run. Just letting it have its head here, letting the arrow do its work through 12 and 13, and now here we go into 14. Not close enough to do anything there. We have a full course caution. Wow, Radman gets an amazing opportunity here.
What a reset! And actually, it looks like the Stig pitted in that lap. So
all right, so it's game on here, and here comes the pace car. And that Ryman and Leach and Almeida, if they tortured their tires too much, they're going to get a little breather here. But Radman showing amazing pace, and now that big deficit will evaporate as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is honestly the best case scenario for Radman. Full reset. He's back in the main pack. So it's essentially like restarting the race from P5. So just got to forget and reset.
Yep. And it'll be interesting. And hey, folks, don't forget, this isn't the last part of our GRIDLIFE Primetime show here. We also have the final race of the weekend for GLTC, the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. And the first 2 races on the weekend were absolutely spectacular. Third one, had that long incident and ended it early. But if we get anything like those first 2 races, we're going to end this with a spectacular show for you. And I think with this now, obviously a lot of things that happened up front, but all of that's going away, and it's showtime.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to this restart.
Me too. And I mean, Ryman has the only other guy other than the Stig to get a pole or a win here on his 6 on this restart.
Yeah, and Leach was even still dropping seconds a lap on Ryman, so yeah. I would expect a move here in a very short course from Leach.
And I got to ask you, when you're in this other scenario, when the guy behind you, you just haven't been able to match his pace all weekend, how hard do you fight him?
We're talking about a race win here. Race win for Ryman would be huge. I don't even think Ryman has a podium this weekend, does he?
I don't believe so.
I was about to say, so it's a huge opportunity for Ryman. Okay, I was about to say, do we have a car pulling over? But it does not. But yeah, it's a massive opportunity for Ryman here. So, I think you fight him like you would anyone else. You run your race, you don't throw countless blocks, but you run your race, you defend your line, and do what you can.
Now, this is intriguing to me. Did they just do a wave around?
I don't know. It's almost like the pace car picked up the wrong car. But
that's what I'm almost wondering here, because that's the number 9 of Billingsley.
Yeah, that's P4 there.
Yeah. And then Radman. So I think that's what's going on here, because I thought I saw everybody go by the pace car. So I think they're doing essentially a wave around to try and get the field back in the correct order after the pace car picked him up. Yeah, they're hustling a little bit here.
Yeah, I saw Radman looking a little to the side, like, trying to get ready to go. Because under full course yellow, you can run whatever pace you want until you catch up to the pace car.
Exactly.
Within a reasonable and safe amount.
Yeah. What we haven't seen is what the full course yellow is for yet.
Yeah, I believe it may have been for one of those stalled cars.
Yeah.
There were several slow cars and ones that had issues, so I've not seen one parked though.
Well, 58 of Bill Wright. He started in the 9th spot, and he's showing way at the back right now. So I wonder if it may potentially have been a problem.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It shows the scores the Rush Stig, I think, in P18, but I believe he came into the pits.
I think so, too. So right now, that looks like an old...
It's a 240. It's a 240 ZA,
okay, yeah.
or SX. It's a S13.
Yeah. So that's one of the cool things about GRIDLIFE is literally they do a sort of contest drawing for a pace car. And they go, if you've got a really cool car, we're coming to Carolina Motorsports Park. If you've got a really cool car you think might be a good pace car, send us some pictures, give us a little background. If we like it, you're our pace car.
And you get free entry to the weekend, too.
Exactly.
So it's an awesome deal that GRIDLIFE does with the pace car.
So really fun to see it. So, all right, here we go. Got the wrecker out here going to, and just because it's a wrecker doesn't necessarily mean it's a car that needs a wrecker. But sometimes it's easier to just get the wrecker out and flat tow a car in. So.
Yeah, and here we go. They picked up the correct car this time, so we have the top 3 all queued up here, waiting for the other pack to join.
This is one of those scenarios where everybody that is chasing and trying to catch the field, if you were to go green fairly soon, your tires are going to be a lot warmer than the guys up front.
Yeah, and that's an advantage.
Exactly it is.
Especially looking at Billingsley, Radman, they could have made a move on Almeida right on the start. So
you bet.
Yeah, look at 17. Howe just ran his best lap so far of the day. He just improved.
You got to love it. There we go. Everybody's there.
Very nice.
So that works. And I actually that happened to me. I missed, due to a little problem, I missed the pre-grid in a race I was doing. And so I had, it was like a 35-car field, and I was like 22nd, third class, something like that. And I was late out, and so the grid was gone. And this was at Brainerd on the old 3-mile long course there. And I took off, and to catch the field, and it suddenly dawned on me, don't catch them too quick. And so I actually eased off a little bit, and then like the last 5 corners, I just hammered it. Came out of turn 10 and had a head of steam built up. And it was like, I went right as I thought this isn't going to work. They're not, you know, I'm going to have to lift. They threw the green. And not only did I have much warmer tires, I just had a head of steam built up, cut to the inside. And by the time I came out of turn 3 at Brainerd, I was right where I qualified. And it was just because I had that head of steam. And I had the tires were really hot.
Yeah, it's all you got to play smart games at times.
Yeah. You know? So, I thought, you know, you see those yellows go down. Sometimes I'm watching for the lights on the pace car.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't see the lights on the pace car, so hopefully we're going back to green this time.
Yeah, we never saw the issue that the double yellow is for, but hopefully we go back green.
Well, while we have this moment, I want to remind everybody, if you happen to be up in, there's a beautiful little coastal town on the west coast in Michigan called South Haven, and Gingerman Raceway is just a few miles away from it. And there's the problem coming. And if you're up in that area here, June 7th, 8th, and 9th, and believe me, that time of year up in the west coast of Michigan, it is stunning up there. Pure Michigan is what they call it. And come on up. Gingerman is a cool little track. The Midwest Festival, which is what that event is called for, was the original festival for GRIDLIFE. It's their home track. It's where it all began, and I'm telling you, it is a blast. Fun track. And the little town, there's some great towns along that western coast of Michigan, South Haven, the closest, but that whole area is fabulous. Come out and join us, because it's just going to be a blast. Let's see who that.
That's the 38 of.
Oh, Timothy Ziegenfuss. So they're just looking right now, I think, for a place to be able to tuck them. And so he's behind the barriers now. And
yep, he's coming down pit lane.
Yeah. So we should be able to get going here this next time by. And they've shown no qualms about, you know, when the time runs out, you know, if they've had a long caution, let them run a couple more. So let's see what we're going to be able to do here. I know the GLTC cars are waiting, but they're in no rush. They can come out and, you know, they can do their race. So let's see here. I don't see the yellows in the starter stand, and the pace car's in. So we are going green. We're green. The restart is happening, and look at that launch by Leach.
Yeah, immediate move to the inside there by Leach, and gets the job done right off the bat in one. Oh, a little bit of dirt there by Ryman.
Yeah, well, he squeezed Ryman pretty good on the exit there.
Yeah, Almeida's looking behind, trying to, you know, pounce on the opportunity.
So is Radman on Billingsley.
Oh, making
Radman
a move.
Takes a look into 4. He's got position here, and he's through. So Radman continuing his march up through the pack, right on the back of Almeida.
Oh.
Little wiggle there, and who's that ran wide? That was right behind. Was that Reed possibly, or maybe Ayler? But Radman, what a march he has put on here. It's nice to see him with, you know, he's had some issues, but wiggle there. Radman is absolutely on it.
Yeah, you saw him wiggle in the carousel too coming through.
Yeah.
I mean, he is on the limit.
He's got his boot in it. There's no question here.
And look at that lead that Leach has already opened up.
Yeah, they really needed to somehow. Ryman needed to really bottle Leach up a little bit because you know, he's got pace.
Yep.
And he's gone here, and now Radman is looking to spoil the day here after getting around on Billingsley. He's trying to spoil the day for Almeida and potentially Ryman in terms of a podium here.
Yeah, Leach timed that restart perfectly.
Oh, he did. Absolutely stellar. And he's shown that, you know, not just the speed, he's shown that level of racecraft this week.
Absolutely.
He's done some great stuff. There's a look at Suelio Almeida, sitting right now in a podium spot. When they cross the line, as the white flag comes out, so that was a green. We're doing a green-white checker. And Leach is up by about 1.3 seconds, but the battle between Ryman, Almeida, and Radman is close. Billingsley's just a little bit further back. So, but I'll tell you, Ryman has responded beautifully here and has opened that margin up a bit now over Radman. Over Almeida. And Radman attacking.
Oh, he's making a move.
Boy, and I'll tell you, that was a nice move by Almeida. It was a nice defensive move. He chose the spot on the track that Radman wanted to go, and thus Radman had to get out of it a little bit. That wasn't a block because he did that move first, and that's really how it comes down. If somebody makes a move and you move in response, that's a block.
Yeah, Radman's going to be right on his tail, though, now.
Yeah.
We've seen him make moves into the King this weekend. He's got the draft.
He does. He's there. He's got the pace. Look at that. Going to the outside. Boy, this is sketch. And does it.
Makes it stick.
Almeida being very gentlemanly there. And then Almeida ultra deep on the brakes into 11. Way wide, but rounds him up. What a move. And did Radman just have an issue?
I'm not sure. Radman was definitely early on the brakes, though, for turn 11 compared to Almeida.
Yeah, he's there. I thought, oh, man, did he just have a problem? But what an outside roundup by Almeida.
Yeah, what a battle for P3 there. Fantastic job by both competitors.
Yeah, this is great stuff. Here we go. Onto the front straight. Leach comfortably out in front. But look at Leach celebrating as he comes to the line. Ryman will get second, and Almeida, what a day, right at the line. Who makes that move? Billingsley hangs on over Hadel for that final spot in the top 5.
14 thousandths of a second for P5. What a finish.
How close do you like it? That was incredible, folks. And for Ryman, so great to see that. And for Suelio, who's at 2 fifths and a 4th, gets a podium here in, again, this is the opening weekend of the GRIDLIFE Rush SR Series. Let's take a look at some of the highlights we had here. And look at that move by Radman.
Right off the bat.
Yeah, he was not wasting time, was he?
Look at him going off-roading on the inside of turn 1 as well.
So here was some of this great dueling as well here. And Leach jumping to the front early.
Yeah,
and
just
that moment, we don't know what happened there.
What a recovery drive by Leach, though. That full course caution definitely helped him out, but what a recovery drive.
Yeah, I mean, and he, when he got it started or whatever happened again, he was just flying one more time. And then this sweet battle here, and here was the restart after the caution, and you could see once again Leach just timed it perfectly on Ryman.
Yep, he made the move, and he was gone.
There's that little squeeze.
That's pure veteran racecraft there.
Yep, absolutely. And the one thing that I'm curious about is if you're sanctioned by GRIDLIFE, the overlap rule with GRIDLIFE comes into play. And if a guy's got any overlap on you, you need to give him that piece of track. Now, for these drivers, a number of them, this is the first time they've run it, but this move impressed me, that outside run by Suelio, just right around the outside of Radman. That was spectacular, and that close run to the line with Billingsley grabbing it. So that wraps up the opening round of the GRIDLIFE Rush SR Championship Series. Hope you enjoyed it as much as we did calling it. And we've got one more race to go, so stay with us.
Owning a car can be expensive. It can also be confusing. What? And when things don't go right, there's no doubt it could be frustrating. But it can also be a lot of fun. And for those reasons, FCP Euro exists. Check this out. Do you and your car a favor and head over to fcpro.com to learn more.
From the moment it leaves the factory, critical parts of your engine are building up deposits. And at Valvoline, preventing these damaging deposits isn't enough. We've revolutionized a way to reverse them. Introducing Valvoline Restore and Protect. The first and only motor oil that returns pistons to factory clean by removing up to 100% of deposits with continuous use. Restore your engine to perform like new. With Restore and Protect, another first from Valvoline.
The Falcon Azenas FK510 tire is engineered for today's high-performance vehicles. Built with added tread rigidity for precise handling and an advanced rubber compound that inspires confidence, rain or shine. Get more out of your sports coupe or sedan with the Azenas FK510.
What is up, everybody? I'm here with Matt Walbaum. You were 4th place last year. You are champion hopeful this year. He's so humble. That was a nice. Okay, cool. And not for nothing, you just got engaged.
I did.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Crystal's not here at the track right now, but she is amazing. I'm so happy. We did it during the eclipse, and the eclipse happened the other day, so I did it during like totality. It was awesome.
So if you don't win this season, you've at least won with her.
Yeah.
That's very cool. Now let's get back to the car, though. How are you feeling about the platform and your program this year?
The car is awesome. We made a few tweaks to it over the winter. We added a sequential gearbox. It's actually an air-shifted sequential, so you're using paddle shifts. So that's a big thing we've been getting used to playing with on the car. But we're hoping it can add a little bit of speed, but also confidence out there, because you're not worrying about shifts and downshifts, so you can just press buttons and it's shifting up and down. So it's been working pretty flawless this weekend.
Okay, great. And how's your crew feeling this weekend?
We're feeling good. I mean, we're a little running all over the place because we got a number of fresh cars, and we're trying to figure things out. But all of them seem to be running pretty well, minus the Integra, unfortunately, over there. But
all right, but you're excited to be here. This is your first GRIDLIFE event of the year, as for everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, this is great. I mean, I was out at COTA helping announce, so it was like hard to be at the track, not driving. So it's nice to be here and be able to actually drive.
The man does it all. He gets married. He drives race cars. He announces. Well, we're so happy that you're back, and we're obviously, rooting for you. You gave us a great show last year, and we're hoping for the same this year.
Yeah, hopefully we can take something to the vets. I think Teal and I over here are like plotting versus all the vets that are parked on the other side of Paddock. We're trying to figure something out and take it to them.
Awesome. Well, ASM veterans, everybody wish these guys best of luck this weekend. Good luck.
Thank you.
Green flag flies, and we're racing in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Side by side. Down the inside, 3 wide into 4. Huge mess. Look at them. 5 cars on top of each other under a blanket. You can't see these 2 cars race against each other anywhere else.
GRIDLIFE Touring Cup action at its best, folks. How do you like this? It is time for the 4th race of the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup here at GRIDLIFE South Carolina Festival. And it has been an absolutely fabulous first of the festival series here at this great track, Carolina Motorsports Park. Just an absolute blast of a track on so many levels here. And it's great to have all of you tuning in with us on our coverage, presented in part by NOS Energy Drink. And they have become such an extraordinary partner of this championship in so many ways. And also it's being produced and presented by Falcon Tires, another great partner to this series. I'm Greg Creamer alongside Chris Strum, who's been doing a great job filling in for the sick and absent Kyle Heyer. We miss you, bud. We know you're watching. And he keeps feeding me little bits of info, so he just cannot not be a part of this, and I love it here. One being that I was struggling with the pronunciation of one of our rush drivers. It's DiGiacomo. So that was on me. Thank you. I got that corrected here. And here's a fun little stat as well that I want to pass along, that if Eric Coutil wins this race, he will be only the 4th driver in GRIDLIFE history to do that on a weekend here, so to sweep a weekend. So we're going to see how that all plays out. 4th race of a GLTC event, the starting lineup based on the finishing order of race 3 with a random inversion. And it's the winner, so Coutil threw the dice. The inversion is 11th. So starting on pole here is going to be Andrew Rains. And he's been struggling with the setup on that car, the shock scenario on that car. And now we get to see, did he solve it? Because if he solved it, he's a former World Challenge racer. He's fast, and we'll see what he's going to be able to do. But look here's where Houghton, McGrew, Baton Rosenberg, Coutil starting 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. That tells you about this inversion.
Yeah, Rains definitely did a better job in race 3. He definitely got up in the pack more. He was first 2 races he was struggling. I think he's got it figured out, and he might be a force to be reckoned with here. So especially if he gets the lead early and maintains it, Rains might be able to pull it off.
Yeah, he's got the potential. I got to say, we heard Cerise talking about Matt Walbaum and said he's newly engaged to Crystal, who's an absolute delight.
that wedding or that engagement ring, I think, could have been a little bit bigger, but he had to get that sequential.
You have to do what you have to do, you know.
You've gotta. So, all right, here we go. Pace car through turn 14. It will duck into the pits, 12 to 15 minutes. Let's see what happens as Andrew Rains brings the field up for the green for this final 4th race of this South Carolina Festival weekend. We're green! And a nice jump, great jump by Rains and Leland Wombolt, absolutely timing it perfectly. And Carlos Mendez is getting freight trained on the outside there. And look at Magnuson, who had a problem in that, with that wing. Put it back on. He is moving up through the pack already. And here is our front running group from the actual race 3 finisher back in the pack a little bit. But Magnuson, boy, does he have an opportunity here.
Yeah, he's really making a look. That was a textbook race start by Rains, so you can tell he's a veteran of the sport.
Yeah, he played that to absolute perfection here. You see Mendez has slipped back a few spots here already, but Rains trying to make good on his escape. And that's Leland Wombolt. And then I think it's Magnuson has jumped up there. And 1, 2, 3, 4, that 5th car in line. That is DJ Alessandrini, and that's not his car, but he has given it one heck of a ride here and an opportunity for him. You know, the one thing you always think about is it's not my car. I'm not going to take huge risks at it, but if he can make the move, he's gonna. He's looking at an outside move now around Mendez and may have just got that done with that overlap. There's Houghton, and then right behind him is Coutill. Boy, Coutill has his work cut out for him to get to the front, but stranger things have happened, that's for sure.
Yeah, we saw Magnuson try to make that move in the inside of 4, but he just couldn't hang around the outside of the carousel there. So, we'll see if he's able to get back, but good race so far by Rains.
Yeah, and look at this side-by-side action. That's Houghton as he's trying to work through on the 715 of Salil Shukla. Looks like he's got that done. Coutill is trying to see if he can come up and do that as well. Cather's doing a really nice job in the 4th spot here, and already up into 8th is Houghton. And with that pass on Shukla, he's kind of got Coutill trapped for just a minute, and Coutill still can't get through. Now, finally, gets the drive and should have position here to be able to sweep through. However, as I say that, Shukla not giving it up, nor should he. This is all for position. Finally, Coutill able to sneak through, but look who's trapped still, McGrew in that big thundering number 7.
Magnuson is absolutely hounding Wombolt. I saw him take a look to the inside of turn 1, but he just cannot get by. Great defensive driving by Wombolt, and I'm sure Magnuson's got to start to be frustrated here.
I would think so, and it's another big opportunity for Cathers to be able to do something. But Alessandrini has made that move. Now Magnuson dives to the inside into turn 10 of Wombolt. Oh, and he got that curb, and how they didn't touch, I don't know. And Wombolt was saying, fine, I'll give you room. But that bounce over the curb, look at the opportunistic DJ Alessandrini coming through on Magnuson.
Magnuson's coming back, though. Look at that.
Man, did he accelerate? Did he get that power down beautifully? But little bit, wiggle there, and that opens the door up for Cathers to come right back through on Alessandrini.
Yeah, Magnuson's looking, but it's tough. And then Rains is starting to fall back into Wombolt, too, so Rains has got to keep his head down and just keep driving hard.
Oh, look at that, side by side through 14. And now let's see how things settle here just a little bit. That top 3, little bit of breathing room as they come across the line here. Alessandrini, Rosenberg up to 6th. Houghton fast lap into 7th. He and Rosenberg working together well. Matan, that young man who's doing a really stout job. And if you're just joining us, we've talked about the graphics package as Matan taking a look at Alessandrini, and that is a tribute graphics package to the 2007 Corvette Racing ALMS Corvette of the Olivers. Oliver, Gavin, and Olivier, again, and just absolutely fantastic. And look now, Houghton trying to sneak his way around here on Alessandrini.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Alessandrini's starting to have a problem. We saw him make a solid look to Magnuson there, but, he's falling back to P7 now.
And, yeah, and I think he's farther back as well. He lost 2 more spots. And I think also he realizes these guys are in the championship battle. He wasn't at the opener, and DJ's a class enough guy to go, I don't want to mess this up. And Coutil, man, did he carry speed through 10.
Yeah,
but
he was coming
he
for
gave
help
it up
there.
into the braking zone. That's why. Houghton running a little wide, DJ trying to come through, but now Houghton will have the line.
Let's see if Coutil can make the same crossover work from race 2. He does not attempt it, though.
Nope, not yet. But you know he's thinking, setting things up here. And
Houghton takes the inside line for 14 to defend, but Coutil does not attack.
Doesn't make the attack move here. So now Houghton, that car has got some pretty good launch out of the corners, as long as he hasn't fried those fronts at this stage. But I'll tell you what, Magnuson, Cathers just setting fast lap until Coutil grabs it. But everybody faster and faster every lap. But I'll tell you, Raines, Wambolt, and Magnuson, they are having one heck of a race up front.
Raines is doing a veteran job managing this race.
Yes,
I don't think he quite has the pace, you know, to run away, but he's picking his line smart and just driving his race.
He's got a couple of really cool sponsors on that car as well. And it's nice to see him up front here and able to get after it a bit at this point. But you'll see Tolos on the car. That's a peer-to-peer trailer rental marketplace. And that's such a great idea. You know, if you need a trailer to haul your car to a race and some competitors sitting that weekend, they can make a little money by renting you their trailer. It's great. And then FCP Euro, who is obviously such a, a company that supports so many racers as well as series. Nice to see him up there, but look at this. I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing from Cathers here.
Yeah, he is charging hard right now.
That's Coutil right there. He's got overlap on Houghton now. He's trapped on the outside. This is where you might try that over-under again.
It seems like Houghton overslowed there a little bit just so Coutil can make the move. And then Coutil got wide there.
Yep, yeah. Coutil had to get out of it, and the back end stepped out and skated him wide. And that's lost a little bit of momentum. And you might say, isn't that dirty pool? Nope, that's part of race strategy. And, as long as it isn't a block or a brake check, and that wasn't, sometimes you do that. You overslow in a corner to kill the guy behind you, to kill their momentum.
Yeah, Wambolt had a little bit of overlap with Raines there in 14, but Raines is able to pull out of the corner and drive away.
Now we have 7.5 minutes left to go in this. If it goes to the full 15, and it can end as soon as 12, but at 15, you can extend that just a little bit as well. And I think I see DJ Alessandrini struggling again at the back here. And Lena Chin, remember, she had that problem in the previous race and was deep into the 30s, and I think she's up into 22nd right now.
Nice recovery drive.
Yeah, and she is fearless, and she loves the roundups, going around the outside of people, and she surprises them so many times with that. But Rain, boy, is he using every bit of track now as Magnuson falling back, and Cathers in that white number 129. You don't even see him. He's so close to Magnuson right now.
Same with Coutil and Houghton. Coutil's been hounding Houghton the last half lap, so we'll see if he's able to make his move done.
Yep, and let's see here into the braking zone. I don't think he's quite close enough to dive down. So he's just going to try and work a quick line around the outside here. It's watching the strat. And look at this, Baton Rosenberg now getting up inside Cathers. And that's really, Cathers has been able to run some great momentum, but now Rosenberg attacking on him here and having inside. Look at how.
And Rosenberg's showing some weakness this weekend in the 12-13 complex, but he did a great job that time getting to the power and ahead of Cathers. And we see a slide from Cathers on 14, so I wonder if his tires are starting to go away.
That could be, but yeah, you're right about Baton. After trying all kinds of different things and realizing it's gearing, he may just have decided to change his approach through there, and that looked pretty solid for him, didn't it?
Yeah, and Luke McGrew's right on the back of Eric Coutil and James Houghton, so he's back in the fight.
Oh, boy, I don't think Cathers recognized that Houghton was there and just ran a little bit wide. Houghton, I think, had to check up just a smidge.
That was close.
That was, and that's going to give opportunity to Coutil. But Cathers, look at him He's putting his car right where he needs to fend off Houghton. And look at Cattell now. Gets up underneath him and has some overlap, and that's going to carry all the way to 8.
I'll tell you what, though, if I'm Andrew Rains right now, I'm a massive fan of the people fighting behind me. I want them to keep running side by side and letting me run away.
And look at this, Cattell. I thought he had the mojo to go after Houghton, but I think he looked in his mirrors and saw McGrew there and said, I can't just absolutely make an attack move here because Luke might come steaming through.
Yeah, Cattell just does not have the straight line speed that Houghton and McGrew have. He's got him in the slow stuff, but he's got to make it work.
Yep, so he's got to find a way. Look at that, locking up so deep on the brakes here, trying to get through, and Houghton running just a smidge wide. Yeah, oh, here we go, because this is where here's that crossover move, and Cattell, he's there. He is there. Houghton, that time no contact, but Houghton had to open the wheel up, and Cattell has got position now.
Textbook move by Cattell there. He even used a little bit of grass on the right sides and made it stick.
Yeah, he did. That was fabulous.
And look at Andrew Rains opening up this lead. Magnussen's looking for P2 on Wambolt.
I think he's got him. He's going to have him right there. He's got position down to the inside. That is for a second.
And Rains just ran his fastest lap that time by. The car's coming to him.
Oh, but Magnussen he didn't get the greatest line as a result, and right there hit that curb, had to check up, tucks back in again, and that's going to bring Rosenberg, Cathers, Cattell, McGrew, right, and McGrew setting fast lap here.
And they keep falling back from Rains all the while they're battling.
Boy, Andrew Rains is just driving, I don't want to jinx it, but he's driving a fabulous race here.
Just smart and clean.
Absolutely, and there comes Cattell now on Cathers.
Oh, and Cattell's got him. It looks like Cathers might have a little bit of an issue. He didn't seem like he was holding him in a straight line.
No, but the bigger question is, we are now, by my reckoning, are we missing Houghton? We are.
We are.
Where did Houghton go? And where did, I think the other guy is Rosenberg.
Rosenberg's all the way back
there. So I wonder if Houghton and Rosenberg didn't have a little bit of a moment here.
Houghton is currently scored P39, so something must have happened.
Wambolt running
deep,
way wide.
And Cattell is there to take advantage of it. Very opportunistic.
Yep, we've talked about that on this track. So important. Magnussen able to easily get through, but Cattell making advantage as well. And there comes Luke McGrew underneath Cathers, and now trying to get Wambolt. Wambolt in the sandwich, and look at that move by Cathers.
I think Wambolt's got an issue here. He's slow.
Yeah, clearly. He's way off the pace.
Ran a fantastic race up to this point, though.
He did. It was absolutely superb. Cathers a little bit gets those rear tires on that exit curb.
White flag.
White flag, 1 to go, and Rains at a 1.5 seconds over Magnussen. So, can Magnussen make up that kind of ground? And he's got 0.6 over Cattell, but Cattell is flying right now.
Yeah, Cattell's came alive late in every single race. I don't think they can make up the gap to Rains unless Rains makes a major mistake, and he has not made a single mistake so far in this race.
No, he's been solid, and right now Cattell trying to get a little overlap, Magnussen having none of it. And now all the way through here, and this is a drag race at this stage. And one thing we know about Cattell's car, it is really good in the twisty bits, but it is a little lacking in straight line. And Magnussen able to hang on. But look at Cattell close up in that little bit of braking they do into turn 8.
Yeah, Magnussen's got a LS3 in that BMW, so he is no slouch in a straight line. So I think Cattell's got to get it done here in 11 or 14.
Rains into turn 10, looks solid. Here comes Magnussen. Cattell, McGrew back just a little bit here. And, for Luke, he's got to be thinking, all right, I'm not going to get to the front. How hard do I want to push to try and take third away and maybe lose fourth and all those points coming in here as the leader? It's early in the season, but if you think championship, you've got to be big picturing it. So I don't think McGrew is going to be too pushy here, but Cattell certainly. Oh, Rains has lost a lot of ground suddenly into that last turn. It's a drag race.
I think he's going to hold on to do it.
Woo! He is. Andrew Rains, after struggling in all 3 races, gets the gift of the inversion. Clearly got that car dialed in at the right time. Magnussen runs his fast lap, trimmed that margin by 1 second. but it was a 2.5 seconds he needed to get. So Magnuson ends up a solid second, but Rains gets the win. Coutil a brilliant third, and McGrew a very smart fourth.
Just a veteran drive by Andrew Rains there. Clean, start to finish, made no mistakes, and ran his race.
Yeah, he just showed why, he used to run a world challenge and be really strong. And that's such a shame, because Wambolt drove such a strong race, and to have it come bad like that at this point. Andy Smedegaard in that 212 that he's trying to develop had a big problem as well, and was well back in the pack, and looking to see Lena Chin from way deep up into 14th. That's
fantastic.
Just a super run. I mean, I'm going to look real quick at, because we didn't get that far back in the field. She started
33rd,
and ends up 22nd. That's
14th. She ended up 14th.
14th. That's just spectacular. And I'm trying to see where Houghton may have ended up here.
Yeah, and that was also a great recovery drive by Coutil.
Yeah, superb.
P11 to P3, especially in this class of a field.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, where are we seeing Houghton?
Well, I think he's currently scored 39th.
Yeah, he had some issue here, and I'm not sure.
40th.
Yeah, 40th.
Wow.
And in that same moment, we had Rosenberg drop way back, and they were battling.
Yep.
I wonder if there wasn't something that happened there. But
and that's, big championship implications too when Houghton goes for the full season championship.
You bet it will.
Thankfully, with the championship format, though, you get drop races.
Yep, you do get drop races, and so we'll see how that plays out. But for Andrew Rains, as we take a look at the highlights, got a great start. And unfortunately for Carlos Mendez on the outside of the front row, he just sort of got swamped at the beginning here. But Andrew Rains, Wambolt really putting on a fight here. And then DJ Alessandrini in his buddy's car gave it a good run early. And Houghton and the hybrid racing entry of Coutil working their way up through the pack. And Magnuson coming alive early. And then Rosenberg rounding up, going around the outside of DJ Alessandrini. And I really think DJ was saying, look, I'm not in this for the championship. I don't want to affect anything here. And when this group came up on him, he just said, go. Right there, that we thought for a moment that may have been it for Coutil, and under no circumstances did he give up and came through, and he and Houghton had a brilliant race for a bit.
Yeah, it was a repeat of race 2 there at the end. Just getting that crossover done perfectly. Coutil textbook.
And then Wambolt here having that issue and getting sandwiched here. And then white flag coming out. And at that point, it was 1.5 seconds up the road for Andrew Rains. And but as they started to head toward the checker, Magnuson had closed it up a lot. And Coutil, a great finish. And again, a smart finish, I think, for Luke McGrew, going too much risk to try and go for a podium. I'm going to take 4th place points. I've had a pretty good weekend here. And, Coutil didn't run COTA, so it's going to be interesting. Unfortunately for Coutu, it's really unfortunate that he had a shot at becoming one of only 4 drivers to sweep a weekend. He missed it by 2 spots, but a great run nonetheless. So that wraps up our coverage here of basically what I'm calling Grid Life Primetime, and this great coverage of all this racing. But it's the first round of the festival season for Grid Life. And as we say goodbye, a huge thank you to you, Chris. Thank you so much for everything. For Cerise, for her great work as well. For our entire stream team, an amazing job by everybody out there, including those drone pilots and everybody with Grid Life, all our corner workers. It's been superb. But we want to leave you with a little look at just how exciting the second round of the championship at Gingerman is. That's Midwest Fest, where it all began. We'll see you there.
Let's talk about this gnome. I don't know. I actually don't have anything to say about it, but the 10th event, 10th year, super heavy lineup on the music side. Super stacked driver set on the track, both from the drift side. Time Attack, GLTC field. It's gonna be a hype one.
I've been trying to roll like a stone onto your island, but everywhere I go only echoes in the silence. You don't even know blindness. But I know it's not over. Through the static, I can feel you getting closer. Send a flare to light the way. Driving to the ocean, lost between the waves, treading water, but I'm open. That you might come around, fix the poison that was spoken. Shadows in the dark, need your light to break them open. But I know it's not over. Feel the static, I can feel.
We're doing way too many of them, but every time you come to the racetrack, you're like, oh, I love all these people. It's the best. So thank you for being people that are really easy to love, and I hope you have the best weekend. So talk to you guys soon.
the moment it leaves the factory, critical parts of your engine are building up deposits. And at Valvoline, preventing these damaging deposits isn't enough. We've revolutionized a way to reverse them. Introducing Valvoline Restore and Protect. The first and only motor oil that returns pistons to factory clean by removing up to 100% of deposits with continuous use. Restore your engine to perform like new. With Restore and Protect, another first from Valvoline.
Did you energize yet today? It's time to NOS up. Get after it.
High performance, year-round traction, long tread life. It's one tire with multiple personalities. Introducing the Azenas FK460, Falcon's all-new ultra-high performance all-season tire. With an advanced rubber compound that delivers confidence through every curve, in any condition, all year long, making the seemingly impossible possible. Learn more about the Azenas FK460 at falcontire.com.